So I should be live.
All right, cool.
I should.
Did I didn't know if I. Okay, yep, I see you. You are.
Cool.
Where the heck is my videos live? What are we doing here? Guys, I'm so sorry about. Well, I'm not ignoring you, I promise. We will have this straightened out here in just a second.
A little technical difficulties, folks.
Right. I promise. Let's see here. View channel. Let's put that up. See here. View channel. Let me mute that. Cliff, I'm going to make you a moderator. There you go, Cliff. You should be good now. All right, I had to put dinner down. And I have to get my soda ready.
I hear you, man. I was just able to get a cup of coffee done out of the Keurig, and the sink ticked down to 0.
And here's my homage to Flow State. My lighter just blew out before I came on live, so now I got to use my blowtorch.
Oh, yeah.
All right, everybody. Thank you all for being in here. And thank you for staying interested in Matthew's case and watching him over there at Patriot News Activism. Just to give a kind of a quick update here. He went through a bunch of stuff, got hemmed up in Lafayette County, did a little time over some BS, gets out, goes to Galveston, gets hemmed up again on some fake BS, more fake BS, and does a little more time. And now he's out enjoying his life, getting it on the activism scene, that's for sure. The videos that he's had out lately, man, have been just ridiculously good. So, anyways, where would you like to start at there?
Well, so yeah, I was hoping to have a different or have another special announcement for y'all.
Right.
But my attorney advised against it, so I'm not gonna touch on that right yet. But what I am going to do, been working on a book. I've been working on a book for a while, and I am ready to release a good portion of it. Actually, I'm getting real close to the publishing stage, and when I say real close, we're talking like here within the coming week or two. This is my goal. What I plan is to give it away for free, because
Wow.
it is more important to me for the truth to get out than for, people to shut down on getting it because they don't want to pay. They don't, they haven't heard my story. So I want everybody to get it. And so as soon as I get it published, I'm going to probably build a website where you can just, put your email address in and it will send it to your email. But right now, tentatively, I've got the title set, and I've kind of flipped, back and forth between a couple of things, and I'm really liking this title right now. But American Injustice: One Man's Battle Against Corruption and Retaliation.
I like that.
I've also, tinkered around with Outlawed. My story is Riding with the Outlaw. Am I still on here?
Yep.
Okay. Now close the window. Back in 2020, I started a motion picture production company called Outlawed Productions. in
wow.
Mississippi. Yeah, I did it actually. It was a way of getting payback to Mississippi for what they did. Mississippi was running. They were trying to incentivize motion picture companies to come to Mississippi or get started in Mississippi. And I said, well, I'm not going to let them get away with what they did, and I'm getting my story out there. So what a better way than to start a motion picture production company in the state of Mississippi and produce a documentary underneath it that exposes the state of Mississippi for their corruption. And that's where Riding with the Outlaw comes from. I've been banished from Lafayette County, Mississippi twice. Through my story, you'll understand exactly what happened. Okay. And you'll see real easily, real quickly, that it was a complete denial of due process, and precedence is where this thing really grabbed hold. I've been preaching on precedence over and over and over for, since 2017, 2018, when everything originally started happening.
Okay.
Because everything in the court system works around precedence. Cases are cited. That's precedence, because something won. It works the same way if corruption takes hold. If we don't stand firm on our rights, if they get away with some evil, corrupt shit in the courts and they get away with it,
right,
it becomes an acceptable norm. Not only to something that they can do to me, but something that they can do to you, to anybody, because they've proven that it can work. So I'm going to go ahead. I want to read my story because that'll really explain to everybody more of what all is going on. So this is my introduction. Excuse me. This book is more than my personal story. It's a warning. It's a testament to what happens when government corruption goes unchecked, and when those in power wield the legal system as a weapon against the people they are supposed to serve. I never asked for this fight. I never sought out enemies in government. I never imagined I would become a political prisoner in my own country. But when you challenge corruption, when you stand up to those who believe they are untouchable, they do everything in their power to silence you. I was arrested, prosecuted on false charges, exiled from my own home, and even forcibly committed to a mental institution, all because I refused to stop speaking out. This wasn't just about me. This was about the Constitution, about free speech, about the fundamental rights that every American is supposed to have. My story is proof that tyranny doesn't always come in the form of a dictator or a military coup. Sometimes it wears a badge. Sometimes it sits behind a judge's bench. Sometimes it drafts laws designed to suppress those who dare to dissent. This is my story. This is the truth. This is the truth they tried to bury. And this is why I'll never stop fighting. If they can do this to me, they can do it to anyone.
Right.
So that's my introduction. Let me get a swig of coffee real quick.
And let me take a minute here to say hi to everybody.
Yeah, let me
Oklahoma Outlaw.
Let me take a second. Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a second to do a shout out to everybody in here.
Dave's channel, thank you for being here. Oklahoma Outlaw, Struck by Lightning, Teresa P. Nikki, thank you. Dub Wubs, thank you for being here. And CJ and PA, thank you, Hun, for being here and not being mad at me.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, what's up, my favorite moderator, Stephanie? Good to see you. The Vigilance Committee, always great to see you. I am a part of the Vigilance Committee.
Yes.
Wingspan Angel, great to see you. Dub Wubs, Struck by Lightning. Let's see. Oklahoma Outlaw. Tyrants Beware.
Yes, tyrants beware.
Caucasian, Sasquatch,
Yes.
Nikki. Hey, welcome.
And hey, everybody, just real fast, you all know my moderators. You can post other people's channels in here. I do not care. I love to promote. I don't care how big ever I get. I will always allow you guys to do that. Hey, XXGO, thank you for being here tonight. And like I said, man, share away. Let's put
the story out there.
Yeah, let's get the story out here. Definitely.
Y'all are getting a sneak peek of something that's not even released. It's about to be released. So y'all are getting a first preview of this. So share it out there. Get it out to a bunch of people. It's going to shock you seeing all these details. It's been really hard to actually tell my story to anybody because of how convoluted everything is. You know, it's easy to look at any thing that's happened, one particular thing that's happened, and not see it for the big picture that it really is. And that's what this book is going to help to do, is to tie everything together. It's like zooming out and seeing the map from further away where you can see the whole thing. Puts a whole different perspective on everything. All right. So chapter 1, the oath never expires. The battle over the Mississippi state flag and Confederate monuments had been simmering for years, but by 2016, it had erupted into a full-scale political war. Across the South, symbols of the Confederacy were being pulled down, vilified, and erased in the name of progress. To some, it was an overdue reckoning with a painful past. To others, it was a dangerous rewriting of history. For me, this fight was about something far more fundamental than statues or flags. It was about democracy, the Constitution, and the unchecked power of those in office. I never saw myself as an activist. I was a Marine Corps veteran, a journalist, and a father. My life had been shaped by discipline and duty, molded by an oath that didn't expire when I took off the uniform. That oath, to support and defend the Constitution, wasn't conditional. It wasn't subject to the changing tides of public opinion. It didn't bend to political correctness or the loud voices in the room. So when I saw politicians and activists disregarding the will of the people, erasing history, and trampling constitutional rights in the process, I couldn't sit by and watch. I had no choice but to stand up. The deeper I got into the fight, the more I saw how little government officials actually cared about the Constitution they claimed to uphold. Transparency, a joke. Accountability, non-existent. And the more I pushed for answers, the more resistance I faced. At first, it was just bureaucratic red tape. Public records requests ignored. Officials refusing to engage. But when those tactics failed, it failed to silence me. They escalated their efforts. The whispers started. Rumors spread to discredit me, to paint me as an extremist. Then came the harassment, the intimidation. They wanted me to back down, but nothing could have prepared me for what came next. Looking back, I see 2017 as the turning point. That was the year that my activism transformed into something far more dangerous, at least in the eyes of those in power. That was when I became a true threat to the system. And that was when they decided to destroy me. Chapter 2, the protest that power tried to silence. The afternoon of May 1st, 2017 was warm. The kind of Mississippi spring day where the heat settles on your skin like a second layer. I stood in front of the Lafayette County Courthouse, the state flag of Mississippi in my hands, a legally owned firearm holstered at my hip. The square was quiet, save for the occasional passerby glancing in my direction. I wasn't shouting. I wasn't holding a sign. I wasn't blocking traffic. By all accounts, my demonstration was silent. A single man standing on public property making a statement with his presence alone. But silence, I would soon learn, was just as dangerous as words. Within minutes, Lafayette County deputies arrived, not to ensure my safety, not to maintain order, but to remove me. Chief Deputy Scott Mills had issued the order. The justification? Protesting without a permit. The deputy, Timmy Pruitt, approached me. I knew what was coming. I didn't argue. Instead, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, pressing record. He asked me if I had a permit to be here, and I told him I had the First Amendment. This was not an acceptable answer to Deputy Pruitt, whom once again asked me if I had a permit to be here. I told him, no, I don't, and he said that I had to leave. I asked him why I had to leave, and he said that I was going to go to jail if I didn't. I reiterated his threat and said I'm going to go to jail just for standing out here and holding the state flag of Mississippi. Pruitt's report documented what happened next. I was giving him until the count of 3 to leave, or he would be arrested for disorderly conduct. At the count of 2, he started walking away, but then turned back to ask me what my badge number was. I then placed Matt under arrest. Just like that, a peaceful demonstration had become a crime. My crime? Asking for his badge number. The charge, disorderly conduct, was a pretext, a catch-all justification for removing someone the authorities found inconvenient. It's a law that has been historically used against civil rights activists, political dissidents, and anyone who dared to challenge those in power. But what happened after my arrest was even more revealing. Chapter 3, a city hall suppressed. On May 16, 2017, I walked into the Oxford Board of Aldermen meeting with 2 things: a Mississippi state flag in my hand and my legally owned firearm holstered on my hip. I wasn't there to cause a disturbance. I was there to exercise my constitutional rights and to voice my concerns about the city's decision to remove the state flag from public property. The issue wasn't just the flag itself. It was the principle behind the decision. The people of Mississippi had already voted overwhelmingly to keep the flag in 2001. Yet a small group of elected officials had taken it upon themselves to ignore the will of the people and remove it anyway. I had every right to be there. I had every right to speak. But in Oxford, dissent wasn't tolerated. When it was time for public comments, I stood up, fully prepared to make my case. But before I could utter a word, Mayor Pat Patterson shut me down. He strategically ended the meeting early, calling for an executive session before I could speak. I had been silenced before I had even begun. This wasn't a debate. This wasn't a debate. This wasn't a public forum. This was a controlled theater of power where dissent was not tolerated. I stood there for a moment, watching as the officials prepared to leave, their expressions a mix of indifference and quiet satisfaction. They had successfully muted opposition without even having to engage with it, but I wasn't going to be ignored. You're wrong for making this decision without the people's input, I said, my voice cutting through the sudden hush. I then pointed at each official and called them what they were: cultural Marxist, a term that in this context was not just a political label, but an accusation of their ideological willingness to erase history and suppress dissent in the name of progressive conformity. The reaction was immediate. Mayor Pat Patterson ordered me to leave. Oxford police officers moved in. I was physically removed from the premises, not for causing a disturbance, not for threatening anyone, but for daring to challenge the ruling class of Oxford in their own echo chamber. But if they thought I would simply go away, they were wrong. Chapter 4, the trap is set. Just days after my confrontation at City Hall, I found myself entangled in a situation that would soon be weaponized against me. On May 19th, 2017, at Frank and Marley's, I had an interaction with the owner, Ashley Lynch. At the time, I was a regular at Frank and Marley's, a local piano bar owned by Todd and Ashley Lynch. Todd and I had always been cordial, but Ashley had developed a deep dislike for me. It stemmed from a past business interaction, one that, in her mind, defined me permanently. To her, I was nothing more than a pushy salesman, a label she had clung to with an intensity that surprised even me. On the night of May 19th, 2017, I stopped by Frank and Marley's, as I often did. I ordered food, sat at the bar, and in a small attempt to clear the air, I asked Ashley if we could talk and move past whatever tension still lingered. Still lingered between us. She refused. Frustrated, but not wanting to cause a scene, I muttered under my breath, "That's fucked up." What happened next was bizarre. Without hesitation, Ashley walked over, grabbed my plate, the food I had just paid for, and tossed it in the trash can right in front of me. I sat there for a moment stunned. Who does that? Even as I processed what had happened, I remained calm. I asked for a refund. Again, she refused. I left the bar and did what countless people have done in the digital age. I went live on Facebook. I told my side of the story and called for a boycott of the establishment. It was impulsive, petty even, but it was nothing more than a heated business dispute, or so I thought. I had no idea that this insignificant barroom spat would soon become a crucial piece in a much larger conspiracy. The next day, on May 20th, 2017, I received a message from a seller on Arms List, an online marketplace for firearms. For weeks, I had been considering purchasing an AR-15 for personal protection, something that had been on my mind ever since my ex-girlfriend Phyllis Crowder warned me that someone had put a hit out on me. She refused to name her source. And while I didn't know whether she was telling the truth or not, I wasn't about to take any chances. I met the seller, legally purchased the firearm, and obtained a handwritten bill of sale documenting the transaction. Everything was done above board. But when power wants to take you down, even legal actions became criminalized. 2 days later, on May 22nd, 2017, everything changed. I was pulled over by Lafayette County deputies, but it had nothing to do with a traffic violation. When the officer approached my window, he didn't ask for a license. He didn't mention a broken tail light or rolling through a stop sign. Instead, he handed me a restraining order. The plaintiffs, Robin and Ray Tannehill, the very same Robin Tannehill whose decision I had publicly criticized, whose abuses of power I had exposed, whose corrupt alliances I had laid bare for everyone to see. The affidavit supporting the restraining order was a tangled mess of exaggerations, fabrications, and outright distortions. It painted me as a danger, a threat, a stalker who needed to be legally barred from even being in the same space as Oxford's new political elite. The message was clear. I wasn't just an opponent anymore. I was an enemy of the system, and they were about to make sure I never had the chance to fight back. Chapter 5, the restraining order that changed everything. The morning of May 22nd, 2017 started like any other. But by the end of the day, I found myself entangled in a legal battle I never saw coming. Without warning, Ray Tannehill and Robin Tannehill filed a petition for a restraining order against me in the Lafayette County Circuit Court. It wasn't just a simple legal maneuver. It was a calculated effort to silence me, discredit me, and ultimately strip me of my rights as a citizen. At the heart of their claim were allegations that painted me as dangerous, threatening, and unhinged. They cobbled together social media posts, misrepresented encounters, and exaggerated fears to craft a narrative that positioned me as an imminent threat, not just to them, but to the entire community. It was a twisted fiction dressed up as a legal fact, and it worked. But what was the truth? The truth was that I had never threatened them. I had never approached them in a way that could be deemed intimidating or violent. What I had done, however, was speak out against them. I had voiced my opposition to their policies, to their influence, and the unchecked power that they wielded in Oxford, Mississippi. The petition for the restraining order was riddled with falsehoods, embellishments, and outright fabrications. It alleged that I had engaged in harassment and threats, yet there was not a single police report from the Oxford Police Department in May of 2017 that supported their claims. In fact, the only 3 police reports on file from that month failed to document any criminal activity on my part whatsoever. Despite this, the Tannehills successfully weaponized the judicial system against me. Their legal maneuver wasn't about protecting themselves. It was about removing me from the public sphere before a critical political moment. The core of their complaint was not criminal activity. It was my exercise of First Amendment rights. They cited my social media post where I criticized corruption and political hypocrisy. They referenced my plans to speak at City Hall, knowing full well that my speech was protected under the First Amendment. They even included statements I made that were general political opinions, twisting them into supposed threats. For example, I had been vocal about holding public officials accountable, something that is fundamental to democracy. They took my criticism and mischaracterized it as harassment. I had publicly discussed my right to protest, which they spun into an implication of violence. I had advocated for government transparency, which they somehow construed as a personal attack against them. This wasn't about their safety. It was about their fear of being exposed. The petition was filled with assumptions, speculation, and outright lies. Assumption that I was planning to quote unquote harm or intimidate city officials when I showed no intent or plan to do so. Lie that I had made direct threats despite no evidence of any such statements. Speculation that my presence at public events was meant to provoke or incite violence, though my public appearances had always been peaceful. Exaggeration that my use of strong political rhetoric equated to a physical threat. Nowhere in the petition was there actual proof of a crime or legitimate threat, just fears, assumptions, and misinterpretations. Restraining orders exist for legitimate reasons, to protect victims of stalking, domestic violence, and harassment. But in my case, it was used as a tool of political suppression. The Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 65, which is what this restraining order was filed under, okay? And I want to just tell you this, because I don't think I need to emphasize that more in the book, but Robin was, when this restraining order was taken out, it was 2 weeks prior to Election Day. She was set to be elected June 6, 2017. She was running unopposed, and I was on the city minutes in Oxford, Mississippi for the June 6th Board of Aldermen meeting to actually speak out, in opposition. And they used this restraining order to make sure that I could not show up to City Hall and speak out on Election Day, something that I was already on the docket for. I mean, it is such a shot below the belt.
Right.
It's criminal. So this meant that not only was the restraining order based on false information, but it was procedurally defective from the start. Had the system worked the way it was supposed to, the order should have never been granted. But in Lafayette County, the rules didn't seem to apply when it came to protecting those in power. The restraining order completely changed my life. It labeled me a threat, even though I had never committed a violent act. It restricted my freedom, even though I had broken no laws. It allowed the Oxford Police Department and Lafayette County officials to escalate their targeting of me, setting off a chain of events that would lead to my wrongful imprisonment, my forced banishment, and my eventual extradition back to Mississippi under fraudulent claims. It all started here with this one document full of lies. Looking back, I realize now that the restraining order wasn't just about silencing me in that moment. It was about laying the groundwork for years of legal and political persecution. It gave them a reason to surveil me, to harass me, to build a false narrative that would eventually lead to my arrest, imprisonment, and exile. I was no longer just an outspoken critic of corruption. I had been branded a criminal, and from that moment forward, they would stop at nothing to make sure I was treated like one. As I reflect on that day and the years that followed, I realize how deep the corruption runs. They abused their power. They lied under oath. They used the justice system as a weapon to silence me. But I refused to be silenced. What they did was not just illegal, it was unconstitutional. And now, with the truth laid bare, I fight not just for myself, but for anyone who's been wrongfully targeted by those in power, because the truth cannot be restrained. Chapter 6, Taking the Fight to the Feds. By May 24th, 2017, the battle in Oxford had moved beyond local government. What had started as a fight over the removal of the Mississippi state flag had turned into a full-fledged effort by city and county officials to silence me through legal means. I had been arrested for simply holding the state flag. I had been removed from a public meeting for expressing my opinion. Now I had been slapped with a restraining order filled with outright lies, one that was being used to block me from speaking at the next Board of Aldermen meeting. At that point, I knew that seeking justice within Lafayette County's corrupt system was impossible. If I wanted any hope of exposing what was happening, I needed to take my fight to a higher authority. I needed to go federal. On the morning of May 24th, 2017, I drove to the U.S. Attorney's Office in Oxford, Mississippi. This wasn't a decision I made lightly. The federal government isn't exactly known for stepping in to help the little guy. But I was out of options. I walked into the office of Assistant U.S. Attorney Bob Norman, a man whose job it was to prosecute federal crimes. He listened as I laid out my concerns. I told him about the bogus restraining order, a blatant violation of my First Amendment right. I explained how corrupt local officials were using the courts not for justice, but as a weapon. And I told him about the death threat my ex-girlfriend had warned me about, the one I had taken seriously enough to legally purchase an AR-15 for protection. Norman didn't brush me off. He listened carefully, taking notes as I spoke. Then, after a long pause, he looked me in the eye and said, "I want you to meet with the FBI tomorrow morning." That sentence changed everything. This wasn't just some local dispute anymore. If the case had merit, if the U.S. attorney was willing to involve the Federal Bureau of Investigations, that meant one of two things. Either he thought my case had merit, or he wanted to gather intelligence before deciding what to do next. Either way, it meant my battle had officially escalated to the federal level. The next morning, May 25th, 2017, I arrived at the FBI field office in Oxford. I was escorted into a conference room where two FBI agents were waiting, their notepads ready. The meeting lasted over an hour, during which time I laid out every detail of my situation. I told them about the false arrest for disorderly conduct. I told them about the restraining order based on constitutionally protected activity. I told them about the death threat I had received in my purchase of an AR-15 for self-defense. I told them about the pattern of legal harassment being used to drive me out of Oxford. The agents listened carefully, but they were cautious with their words. They asked pointed questions. Do you have evidence that the restraining order was politically motivated? Do you believe that your ex was telling the truth about the hit on your life? Have you made any direct threats against Tannehill or other officials? I answered everything truthfully. No, I'd never threatened anyone. Yes, I was being targeted for my political views. As for the hit on my life, I didn't know if my ex was telling the truth, but I wasn't willing to take any chances. When the meeting ended, the agents thanked me for my time. We'll look into it, one of them said. Would they? Or was this just another bureaucratic dead end? Another case file marked and ignored? I walked out of that office with no clear answers, but I knew one thing. If no one else was going to stand up for my rights, I was going to have to do it myself. 3 weeks earlier, on May 1st, 2017, I had been arrested for simply holding the Mississippi state flag on a public sidewalk. If Lafayette County officials were willing to violate my First Amendment rights so brazenly, what else were they willing to do? I decided it was time to put the system to the ultimate test. Later that day, on May 25th, 2017, I returned to the Oxford Courthouse Square, the same place where I had been arrested weeks before. But this time, I didn't just carry the Mississippi state flag. This time, I came prepared. I strapped my AR-15 to my chest, holstered my pistol on my hip, and donned a bulletproof vest. And then I started walking. This wasn't about intimidation. It wasn't about causing fear. It was about one simple question. Would the government respect its own laws? Mississippi is a constitutional carry state, meaning no permit is required to openly carry a firearm. I was standing on public property. I was breaking no laws. For over an hour, I peacefully walked the courthouse square, recording everything live on Facebook. I wasn't threatening anyone. I wasn't disturbing the peace. I was simply existing, exercising my constitutional rights in the most direct way possible. And you know what happened? Nothing. According to an Oxford Police Department report, officers received a call about a man walking around the square carrying guns and a flag. Sergeant Byron Baker was dispatched to the scene. His official police report read, upon arrival, I observed a subject that was known to me as Matt Reardon, walking around the courthouse. Reardon was on Lafayette County property and was not showing himself to be a threat. I remained in the area and observed his actions until he departed. Now let that sink in. The same government that had arrested me for peacefully holding a flag just 3 weeks earlier now had law enforcement on scene watching me openly carrying firearms and and a flag, and they did nothing. Why? Because they knew that I was well within my legal rights and was not a threat to anybody. This police report was one of the most damning pieces of evidence, proving that the narrative pushed by city officials, particularly those behind the restraining order, was false. If I was truly a danger to the public, law enforcement would have intervened. If I was truly breaking the law, they would have arrested me.
Right.
Instead, they let me be. This was never about safety. It was never about protecting the public. It was about controlling the narrative. If I had been someone else, if I had been advocating for removing the state flag instead of keeping it, would I have been arrested in the first place? If I had been a different type of protester, one with political views that aligned with those in power, would I have needed a permit at all? This was selective enforcement at its worst. They weren't enforcing the law. They were enforcing obedience. And as long as that remained true, I knew the fight was far from over. At this point, I had taken my fight to multiple levels, to the federal level, to the legal level, and to the public square. Now, the next moves were theirs. Would the FBI act on what I told them? Would the restraining order be enforced? Would Oxford officials retaliate against me even further? I didn't have to wait long to find out, because just one day later, on May 26, 2017, the system struck back hard. I was about to be arrested again. Chapter 7, the ambush arrest. By May 26, 2017, I had pushed the system to its limit. I had taken my case to the U.S. Attorney's Office, reported my concerns to the FBI, and publicly exposed Oxford's corrupt power structure. I had even put their selective enforcement of the law to the test, walking around the Lafayette County Courthouse legally armed, carrying the Mississippi state flag under watchful eyes of law enforcement. And they did nothing. They knew I wasn't a criminal. They knew they had no case, but I had made one mistake. I underestimated how far they would go to silence me. That afternoon, a message came through on Facebook. A follower wanted to meet at a local bar on the Oxford Courthouse Square for a beer. The bar was the Round Table. I arrived between 3 and 4 p.m., parking just across from the bar. The moment my hand reached for the door handle, everything changed. Without warning, my car doors were ripped open. I was dragged from my vehicle and thrown to the ground by 4 law enforcement officers, Chief Deputy Scott Mills, Major Alan Wilburn, and Lieutenant Jared Bundren with the Lafayette County Sheriff's Department. And a 4th individual I would later find out was Joey East, the Oxford police chief at the time, and later became the Lafayette County Sheriff. They swarmed me like I was a dangerous fugitive, shouting that I was under arrest. I demanded to know why. Mills refused to answer. I struggled against their weight, pressing down on me, but the knee on my back made it impossible to move. The pavement beneath me was hot, my wrists burned from the handcuffs digging into my skin. This wasn't a routine arrest. This was a message. I was thrown into the back of a squad car, the cuffs biting into my wrist, my mind racing through every possible explanation. At the jail, I finally received my charge: aggravated stalking, a felony. I demanded the charging documents. When they handed me the affidavit, my stomach dropped. According to the affidavit, on or before May 8th, 2017, I had put Todd and Ashley Lynch, the owners of Frank and Marley's, in fear of their life with my AR-15. It wasn't just false. It was literally impossible. It didn't make the first bit of sense. I had indisputable proof of my innocence through a bill of sale dated May 20th, 2017, proving I didn't even own or possess an AR-15 until that day, 12 days after the alleged incident. Not to mention, I've never threatened harm to the Lynches or anyone else for that matter. This was no honest mistake. This was manufactured evidence. They knew I was innocent, and they didn't care. This wasn't about justice. It was all about silencing me. 4 days later, on May 30th, 2017, I was taken from my cell to Justice Court for my initial bond hearing before Judge Carolyn Bell. I was ready to prove my innocence. Bell read the charge aloud. I immediately tried to present my irrefutable evidence. I have undeniable proof that I didn't own the AR-15 at the time of the alleged incident. The bill of sale, she cuts me off. Not once, twice, saying you have the right to remain silent. My right to speak had been taken from me. She set my bond at $150,000.
Wow.
An outrageous amount for an unsubstantiated charge, and even more so against somebody with no criminal history. Then, As if orchestrated in advance, she appointed T.R. Trout as my court-appointed attorney. Bell knew that I wanted a preliminary hearing to present my evidence, but she never scheduled one. She never even told me that I had a right to one. My chance to fight back had been stolen. Later that same day, I was taken to Lafayette County Chancery Court for the restraining order hearing for Robin and Ray Tannehill. The courtroom was stacked against me. Several attorneys from the Tannehill law firm were in attendance. The Tannehill's children were also in the gallery. A clear staged display to justify their claims of fear. I was shackled at the wrist and the ankles, forced to wear an orange jumpsuit, paraded like a violent criminal. Then Ray Tannehill exposed the real purpose of the restraining order. He told the judge, "Matt is on the June agenda of the City of Oxford board meeting, and I do not want him there." There it was. They weren't afraid of me. They were afraid of what I had to say. Judge Glenn Alderson sided with Tannehill and issued the order. If I showed up at the meeting, I would be arrested. A blatant First Amendment violation. After this ruling, Mills and Hill escorted me into the back hallway to wait as paperwork was processed. Then, Ray Tannehill entered the hallway. According to the Lafayette County Sheriff's report by Major John Hill, Matt told Ray, "Fuck you, you're a fucking liar." Tannehill immediately snapped. Ray then started walking towards Matt with a water bottle in his hand and said, "I'll bash your head in." Deputy Hill had to physically restrain Tannehill, ordering him to leave. Tannehill stormed away, but as he walked around the corner, he made another comment that Hill could not hear. This was not just an emotional outburst. This was a direct act of aggression from the man who had just successfully barred me from a government meeting. If the roles were reversed, I would have been charged with threatening a public official on the spot. But when Ray Tannehill threatened me in a courthouse in front of a sheriff's deputy, what happened? Nothing. The system was only designed to punish me, never those who abused it for their own political gain. Despite this incident occurring in a courthouse hallway and being documented by a sheriff's deputy, no legal action was taken against Tannehill. If this was documented in the sheriff's report, why was there no follow-up investigation? Because the system protected its own. The same way the FBI ignored my report on May 24th. The same way my evidence of innocence was ignored on May 30th. And now, a clear act of aggression from a politically connected attorney who was also being ignored. I had been set up, railroaded, and silenced. And they weren't done with me yet. In the days that followed, legal maneuvering was happening behind the scenes without my knowledge. A habeas corpus petition was filed by attorney Christian McCrae with the Trout Law Firm under case number L17-233, citing constitutional rights violations. It was approved to proceed. It was a path to fighting back, but it mysteriously never moved forward. Why? Because my mother had hired a private attorney, Brendan Horan, to represent me. I doubt I would have agreed to this or encouraged the hiring of Horan as retained counsel had I have known about the habeas corpus filing by McCrae with the Trout Law Firm. Horan only met with me one time, where I laid out my evidence of innocence, the unconstitutional tactics used against me, and my demand to fight the charges. But something fell off. I wasn't impressed with Horan after the initial meeting with him, days after he was retained. Horan admitted that he went to law school with Ray Tannehill. I had legitimate worries on whether Horan could and would properly represent me, and what the chances were that he could potentially be improperly influenced by Tannehill. Chapter 8, Coerced into Exile. As I sat in my jail cell, the real battle was happening behind the scenes. A habeas corpus petition filed under L17-233 citing the constitutional rights violations. Let's see. All right. On June 15th, 2017, during a continued restraining order hearing, F.I.R.M suddenly appeared. This was when the original, when I argued for a continuance on May 30th, they moved it to June 15th. So this is the hearing for that. I go in there and F.I.R.M is in there to represent me. Despite the fact that he was not my attorney in this case, he took me into a side room and made an offer. If you agree to a permanent restraining order and don't contest it, it will help make the felony charge in circuit court go away and get you out of jail. I was coerced, manipulated, lied to, desperate for freedom. I signed, but they had deceived me. I was not released, and the felony charge did not disappear. On July 6, 2017, I was hauled into circuit court. F.I.R.M gave me an ultimatum. The system wants to get you. If you don't take this deal, they will fabricate more charges to ensure you go to Parchman for a long time. The plea deal? 5 years of supervised probation. Banishment from Lafayette County for those 5 years. The signing of a covenant to not sue the county, the city official, the police, the lynches, every party for May 1st and May 26th. It was anything leading up to this May 26th arrest. Chapter 9, a false accusation weaponized. By July 2017, I had been exiled from Lafayette County, forced into an unjust plea deal, and stripped of my constitutional rights. I had lost my home, my ability to fight back in court, and perhaps most painfully, my ability to be close to my daughter. But Lafayette County officials weren't done with me yet. They weren't just content with removing me from the county. They wanted me destroyed. The next attack was coming, and this time, they would use my past against me. The system wasn't just trying to ruin my reputation. They wanted to erase me completely. They thought they had silenced me permanently, but they were wrong. I had a choice: accept the life that they had forced upon me, or find a way to fight back. I chose to fight. I moved to Yalobusha County, settling into a 2-bedroom apartment in Water Valley. It was a town small enough to keep a low profile, but close enough to Lafayette County that I could keep an eye on the system that had wronged me. In some ways, it was a chance to rebuild. But every day I was reminded that I was still a prisoner, just without the bars. With 5 years of probation hanging over my head and the constant threat of further legal retaliation, I had to tread carefully. Any misstep, any excuse, and they would throw me behind bars. They wanted me gone for good. Still, I refused to remain silent. I began gathering public records, court filings, and law enforcement reports. Anything that could expose the corruption in Oxford and Lafayette County. I started documenting everything, determined to tell my story on my own terms. By November 2017, I had married Madeline, and for a brief moment, it felt like my life was stabilizing. We were expecting our second child, Anna Claire, and I was determined to be a good husband and father despite the storm still raging around me. But Lafayette County wasn't done with me yet. The next attack came from the person I least expected, my ex, Liz Crowder. In 2018, Crowder accused me of rape, a false accusation weaponized against me as part of a larger strategy to keep me permanently discredited and under the thumb of the legal system. I was blindsided. At first, I thought it would be impossible for such a baseless claim to gain traction. I had indisputable proof that this accusation was false. Text messages, emails, call logs, all of it. showing that Crowder was lying. But I had already learned one harsh truth about the justice system. It doesn't operate on truth. It operates on power. And power was not on my side. Initially, the Olive Branch Police Department took Crowder's claim at face value, despite zero evidence supporting her story. They didn't investigate her history of lying, nor did they examine our past relationship. When I showed police the messages proving the accusation was false, their response, they still obtained a search warrant to go through my phone. Not because they believed me, but because they wanted proof that my exonerating evidence was real. Think about that. They needed evidence to confirm that I was telling the truth, but they never needed evidence to believe that she was lying. Even though I was never formally charged, the accusation alone was enough to continue ruining my reputation. Eventually, the case fell apart because it was a complete lie. Crowder was later charged with filing a false report of rape. And what happened? She pled. No contest in October 2020. No jail time, no accountability, a slap on the wrist. But my punishment? The damage had already been done. By the time Crowder's false accusation had been legally exposed, I wanted the court documents to prove it. I was told I would have to drive an hour north to Olive Branch Municipal Court in person to request them, and that Judge Shoemake wanted to speak with me. Little did I know what awaited me. I had a voice recorder going on my Apple Watch. About 45 minutes in, I'm called to the stand. Judge Shoemake lays into me saying, Mr. Reardon, I'm going to tell you one time and one time only. You're not to ever come to this court or call this court again. If you need to speak with anybody, you're to speak to me and me only. Now, what is it you need to speak with me about? I told him, I said, it's my ex, Your Honor. She falsely accused me of rape. If you let her off the hook, you created a monster. For that, I was charged with contempt of court. I was arrested again for telling the truth, while the woman who tried to destroy me walked free. Crowder wasn't satisfied with just ruining my reputation. After her plan failed and she was caught lying, she retaliated in another way by keeping my daughter from me. She told Child Protective Services that I was a danger to my child and claimed that CPS had instructed her not to let me see or talk to my daughter. But when I contacted CPS, they denied ever telling her that. She had lied again, and once again, the system let her get away with it. Even though CPS confirmed that Crowder was the one breaking the law by refusing me access to my child, I couldn't do anything about it. With COVID-19 delaying court proceedings, I was trapped. The people who had systematically destroyed my life had given Crowder the perfect weapon, the legal system itself. She had seen that the law would not protect me, so she used it as a shield for herself. By the end of 2020, I had lost almost everything. My home, my rights, my freedom, my ability to see my child. But if they thought I was broken, they were wrong. I wasn't done fighting. I had spent years exposing the corruption of Lafayette County officials, and now I was going to expose the entire legal system, how the entire legal system was being used as a weapon to destroy others. They had tried to erase me. They had tried to bury me, but they had failed, and I was about to prove it. Chapter 9, assaulted by the Sheriff's Department. By late 2020, I had spent years fighting against the corrupt system that had exiled me. I had endured false arrest, fabricated charges, legal manipulation, and a weaponized court system, all designed to silence me. But even after everything they had done, I wasn't giving up. Not when it came to my daughter. In late 2020, my ex, Liz Crowder, had been keeping my daughter from me. She had refused visitation, ignored court orders, and even lied to Child Protective Services, claiming that CPS told her to block all communication between me and my child. Reaching out to CPS, they, of course, denied telling her that. They said that Crowder was violating the law, refusing to let me see my child. But due to COVID-19, if I could not get into court, they recommended that I go and see the Lafayette County Sheriff. So that's what I did. I followed their advice. Before physically going to the sheriff's department, I attempted to handle the matter professionally. Between December 26th and December 28, 2020, I sent multiple emails to the sheriff, Joey East, detailing the seriousness of the situation. I laid out clear evidence that Crowder was violating my rights, disobeying CPS guidance, and using the legal system to keep my daughter from me under false pretenses. I expected at least an acknowledgement, a response. Nothing. Sheriff Joey East ignored every single email. He didn't respond. He didn't direct an officer to contact me. He simply pretended I didn't exist. Just like the system always did when I sought justice, it became clear that they had no intention of helping me or enforcing the law. So I decided to go there in person. On the afternoon of December 28, 2020, I arrived at the Lafayette County Sheriff's Department parking lot. I was calm. I was there to speak with the sheriff in person and demand answers as to why my emails had been ignored. I never got that chance. Before I could even make it inside, two deputies, Courtney Dixon and Ethan Tidwell, attacked me, came at me with violence. I was assaulted. Dixon and Tidwell threw me at the ground, striking me, twisting my arms behind my back. I had done nothing illegal, nothing threatening, nothing disorderly, but that didn't matter. Just like every time before, they had already decided I was guilty. My crime? Showing up, demanding answers, speaking out. Once again, they had me restrained. They charged me with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest with violence. It was another bogus charge, another legal manipulation, another attempt to paint me as the criminal when they were the ones abusing their power. After they had me in custody, their corruption escalated. Video footage from the jail later showed at least 10 Lafayette County Sheriff's deputies gaining forceful entry into my vehicle without a warrant, without probable cause, without justification. This was not a routine search. This was targeted, deliberate, illegal. They rifled through my belongings, handling my computer hard drives, my personal documents, my electronic devices. They weren't looking for evidence of a crime. They were looking for something, anything they could use against me. They had already proven they were willing to manufacture evidence. Now they were actively searching for something that they could twist into a new charge. The December 28, 2020 assault and illegal search were not isolated incidents. They were a continuation of a years-long campaign to destroy me. They had already falsely charged me multiple times. They had already exiled me from Lafayette County. They had already tried to ruin my reputation with false accusations. And yet I was still standing. Now they were trying a new strategy, brutality. They thought that physical violence and illegally accessing my personal information would be the final nail in my coffin. But they were wrong. This wasn't just about me anymore. This was about exposing an entire corrupt system that had no accountability. So that's the first 10 chapters. And
Wow.
that's where, that's all I transferred to right here to read. But I hope that it's really going to make sense when we get to today and how everything ties into what happened in Galveston. Because when you know what happened building up,
Right.
you see a pattern of the same people, okay? You can't just look at an event that happened like Galveston and look at it and say, well, that was a DUI. Okay. No, you got to look at it in the totality, and with everything else. I got out of prison August 1st of 2023 after serving a 1-year prison sentence because a sheriff's deputy intentionally lied on stand in court and said that I went to the FBI office without any lawful reason, that I didn't have permission, even though I specifically, and I had the call recorded, I called the FBI office. I told them I needed to report corruption with 2 law enforcement agencies and that I was banished from Lafayette County. I needed to have permission to come into the county. It needed to be for official purposes. Okay. They said, we don't do appointments. I said, all right, well, I mean, this issue with the banishment, I don't want to waste my time driving to town anyways. Nobody can meet with me. So we agreed on an hour to an hour and a half later. I called the sheriff's department. I spoke with Candace Beavers. I relayed everything verbatim. She even called me back twice to ask me different questions. And one of the questions she asked me when she called back was, Matt, when is your appointment up there? And I said, they said they don't do appointments. They said we had discussed me coming up there in the next hour, hour and a half. That's exactly what's on the call recording. She intentionally told everything backwards in court to make sure that my probation got revoked and sent to prison. It's that easy when it comes to probation. The burden of proof is so much less than the burden of proof at trial. That's why probation is a scam. It is a scam.
Right. Oh, it is.
Yeah. So it's when I got out of prison after that illegal 1-year sentence, I did what everybody should do in that situation. I exposed her. I put out the transcript, I put out the call recordings, and I exposed her. And the video took off. And a few days later, I went down to Galveston, Texas to go, and I got some tips of corruption going on with the Galveston Police Department. In particular, they were racially profiling. And I went down there to go meet up with some other journalists to go investigate that. I was live on YouTube. Should have never been live on YouTube. And Candace Beavers and Hobie James, the same 2 that are featured in that video, actually called Officer William Osteen with the Galveston Police Department. They're trying to get the charges set in stone. They're trying to get me charged, because the ultimate goal with all of this was to revoke my probation and put me back in prison. What's the best, easiest way to do that? Get Galveston to charge me with a felony, even if it's not really supposed to be a felony. Just the simple act of Galveston charging me with a felony was enough for Mississippi to put the hold on me, to extradite me before I even got a trial to prove my innocence, and then hold a kangaroo court hearing where the burden of proof is so low, and say, well, there's a chance that he did, so we're going to revoke his probation, and because he was charged with a felony over there in Galveston, we're going to give him 2 years in prison, even though he's not convicted of it. And that's exactly what happened. And that sentence got vacated, actually. I just went from reading my book to skipping to the most recent thing. There's a lot of stuff that happened in between then, but right. I figured I would, a lot of people know about this more recent stuff that happened with Galveston, and that's where all that comes into play. I tell you another thing I found out the other day, F.I.R.M, is and I actually, hey, if somebody can throw this link up there in the chat for me, Stephanie, if you don't mind throwing this link in the chat for me, put LafayetteMS.net. That's my website. That is that has got evidence galore on it. I've published articles that have, just everything, basically supporting everything is on my website. It's got like most of the old YouTube videos. But
okay, now quick question.
Yeah.
Is that the website that you're going to publish this book on?
No, I'm probably gonna set up a whole new website.
Okay.
I'm gonna set up a single page for the book. I'm gonna get some kind of domain that's closely locked into what the book name is. I'm still not 100% on if I'm going to go with that name. So,
Okay.
but yeah, it's what I wanted to show you actually. And I'll pull this up. If you go to LafayetteMS.net, the most recent article, okay, and the cover picture across the top has got me with the bulletproof vest on and that AR-15 across my chest. That was May 25th, 2017, when I was in front of that courthouse. That's the cover picture right there.
Okay.
So 5 days ago, I published an article called "Staged DWI Arrest of Journalist Exposes Deep Government Corruption." All right, and I've got on that article, it's got everything about the whole Galveston thing. It's got all of the officers' lies. And in fact, my attorney, Ben Campagna, always mispronounce that, but he filed a motion for a Franks hearing. So, Lafayette County robbed me of a trial when they extradited me over there and they put me in prison unlawfully. And then the sentence got vacated. Okay. So, we're back to I was robbed of a trial over in Galveston. I don't think Galveston honestly, truly, really wants that fight because it's going to be bad, bad, bad. So Officer Osteen, the piece of shit that arrested me on August 11th, that Candace Beavers and Hobie James conspired with, they had him testify over Zoom for my revocation hearing. And the guy perjured himself so many times. Prime example. So the whole thing, the whole DWI stop was all over the alleged odor of alcohol. I hadn't drank in 4 years. Like I told the officer, give me a breathalyzer. They would not give me a breathalyzer.
Yeah, that's still crazy to me that they don't carry breathalyzers.
Exactly. That's you can't tell me they don't. Whenever they got a DWI task force and every other agency around there has them. That doesn't make any sense to me. But nonetheless, they so this son of a bitch goes and on stand in my revocation hearing actually testifies under oath that there was alcohol in my system, in my blood. And the toxicology report clearly says no alcohol detected. I hadn't drank in years. Okay. And so he goes, I'll read a few things out of this motion for a Franks hearing, just a couple of topics on it. And like I said, the whole document is on that article on LafayetteMS.net. But this is the stuff. The affidavit contains these observations or statements, which, when taken together, might justify probable cause for a search. So, if these things were true, then that would probably lead to probable cause for a blood warrant. Okay. This is what he puts on the affidavit for the blood warrant. Officer Murph advised affiant that he observed the Equinox fail to maintain a single marked lane multiple times. Officer Murph advised affiant that he observed the Equinox fail to signal when conducting a lane change. Affiant smelled an odor of an unknown alcoholic beverage emitting from the vehicle.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It's crazy, man, and especially how he flip-flops from one extreme to another, and it's all laid out in this document right here. Said affiant observed Matthew to have watery, glossy eyes, walking heavy-footed, speech slurred and thick-tongued, eyes watery and dilated, odor of alcoholic beverage on breath, moderate. Refusal evidence after placing the suspect under arrest for DWI. A sample was requested of the suspect's breath or blood, which the suspect refused to provide a sample in violation of the Texas implied consent law. That's obviously a lie.
Yeah. And that was all caught on camera.
All caught on camera. So specifically, here's where his lies get broken down by the attorney. And I can't wait to see the attorney actually put him on stand and actually freaking go to town on him in trial. He will never be able to testify in another case again. And I'm going to tell you this as well. If Galveston doesn't wisen up and toss out their bad hand, because this is horrible. This is absolutely horrible. How many cases do you think that this lying sack of shit has testified on?
Right.
So if he's done it to me, then I think it raises a good possibility that he's done it other cases as well. And I've already said, I'm taking all this evidence, I'm finding out every single case that he's testified in, and I'm going to those attorneys. You know, I will upset as many cases over there as possible if they want to keep playing these games. We'll play the game. All right.
Right.
But
you should.
Yeah, this is the contradictions in the affidavit. An odor of an unknown alcoholic beverage. The toxicology laboratory report revealed no trace of alcohol in defendant's blood. There were no alcoholic beverages or open containers found in the vehicle. Galveston has disposed of the vehicle, making it impossible for defendant to exculpate himself, but the evidence is clear that there is no source from which the smell of alcohol could have come. Odor of alcoholic beverage on breath, moderate. The toxicology report revealed no trace of alcohol in defendant's blood. Moderate is the second highest level of odor and would not be present for a defendant with no alcohol in his system. Further, Officer Osteen clarified multiple times on camera that he did not smell alcohol on defendant's breath, only from his vehicle. He would later testify under oath that once defendant stepped out of his vehicle, he could not detect the odor of alcohol emitting from the defendant. Yet he still marked that there was a moderate smell of alcohol on defendant's breath in the blood affidavit, an observation Officer Osteen had already demonstrated that he knew to be false. C. Eyes watery and dilated. Officer Osteen would later testify that defendant's pupils were very small and that he had pinpoint pupils. This is the exact opposite of the dilated pupils described in the affidavit.
Right.
Officer Osteen either did not get a good look at defendant's eyes and was just making something up in the affidavit, a reckless disregard for the truth, or he changed his story and perjured himself once he discovered that the toxicology report revealed no trace of alcohol in the defendant's blood. Walking heavy-footed. All video evidence shows the defendant walking and standing normally. Officer Osteen had virtually no opportunity to observe defendant's walking prior to arresting him and obtaining the warrant. The body cam footage shows Officer Osteen wasn't even facing the defendant for the brief period of time that the defendant was walking. Also heavy-footed typically denotes slow, laborious movements, but Osteen would later testify that the defendant was extremely jittery. Speech, slurred and thick-tongued. In Officer Osteen's body cam footage, defendant speaks articulately and at a reasonable pace. After having less than a minute of conversation with defendant, Officer Osteen later discusses with Officer Larry Murph how they can go ahead and arrest defendant, stating he can go off of slurred speech and the smell. Despite no slurred speech having been observed and no evidence of smell, as described above. Thick-tongued usually denotes slow, difficult speech, but Osteen would later testify that defendant was talking extremely fast. Refused to provide a sample. Defendant clearly offered to take a breathalyzer test prior to being taken into custody and consented to being taken into custody for that purpose. Officer Osteen had no probable cause to arrest the defendant at the point he took defendant into custody, having smelled no alcohol nor observed any symptoms of intoxication as described above. Officer Osteen would later testify that he did not suspect a substance other than alcohol, except that defendant had demonstrated a willingness to take a breathalyzer. However, being willing to take a breathalyzer is not a sign of intoxication which would justify a blood warrant. And Officer Osteen recorded only his alleged observations regarding alcohol consumption in the affidavit. Officer Osteen intentionally omitted defendant's willingness to take a breathalyzer from the affidavit so he could use defendant's refusal as evidence supporting the warrant. Changing testimony. Between the time of the affidavit and the time of the probation revocation hearing, Officer Osteen changed the symptoms he claimed to have observed from alcohol, slow, thick tongue, slurred speech, dilated pupils, smell of alcohol on breath, to another substance instead. Fast speech, small pupils, jittery movements. Each observation was made under oath, but they obviously both aren't true. Such a fundamental shift in observations under oath suggests intentional misrepresentation rather than innocent mistake. Officer Osteen made these materially false or misleading statements knowingly, intentionally, or with the reckless disregard for the truth in an attempt to set up the defendant. Upon approaching the defendant, Officer Osteen's body cam footage shows one of the very first questions Officer Osteen asked defendant is, "Are you an auditor, man?" He then tells another officer, "Hey, I'm doing this one. This is an auditor." On information and belief, the city of Galveston has a contentious relationship with auditors. As described above, Officer Osteen had already decided to arrest the defendant after less than a minute of interacting with him, before having made any significant observations. Confirming his willingness to lie under oath and in order to put the defendant away, Officer Osteen committed perjury in the defendant's probation revocation hearing, twice testifying that the toxicology report had found alcohol in defendant's system, even though it had not. These contradictions and false statements were material to the finding of probable cause. Without these false statements, the remaining content of the affidavit is insufficient to establish probable cause for the issuance of the warrant. The affidavit must contain sufficient information to allow the issuing magistrate to determine probable cause, because the magistrate's actions cannot be a mere ratification of the bare conclusions of others. Now, the last time I read you on this is actually a case that my attorney put in here that I think is very fascinating, and it's Farhat, F-A-R-H-A-T versus State, and this is a Texas case. Okay, Texas Court of Appeals, I think. But the court held that the court held that driving 10 miles an hour under the speed limit, weaving from side to side, turning left while using the right turn signal, seeing 2 pill bottles in the vehicle, and the defendant's admission to drinking 4 beers, and the defendant's refusal to take a field sobriety test. It sounds like he's pretty screwed, right?
Right.
Without objective evidence of intoxication, did not provide probable cause for a blood warrant.
What?
Yeah. So driving 10 miles an hour under the speed limit, weaving side to side, turning left while using the right turn signal, seeing 2 pill bottles in the vehicle, the defendant's admission to drinking 4 beers, and the defendant's refusal to take a field sobriety test without additional objective evidence of intoxication did not provide probable cause for a blood warrant.
Wow.
That's insane.
And for you, they basically took a fake breath smell and said, "Hey, we need blood."
Yep. Yep.
Oh, and now you're going to refuse it? Oh, yep. Now we're going to really charge you.
And you know what's even funnier, or what's even odder about that whole situation is when you actually look at, so Galveston, for the longest time, they had, I think 5 weeks after I got arrested, they got the toxicology results back that showed that there was no alcohol in my system.
Right.
And so what did they do? They resent it out from Houston. They resent it out to Austin to check it for drugs, to run additional testing on it. There it came back with a trace amount of methamphetamine. But what's really weird about this is we are 100% believing that it's a false positive result, because just about everybody that has methamphetamine, that does methamphetamine, that has it in their system, it metabolizes as amphetamine. And so there's almost always a level of amphetamine. In fact, it's unheard of for somebody to just have methamphetamine and no amphetamine, because as it's basically breaking down, it breaks down as amphetamine. So
Okay.
that means one of two things. That means either A, it's a false positive, or B, I literally did whatever, basically right as soon as the cops were walking up. But my attorneys got the video of me driving. Like it's that didn't happen. Okay. So it it looks like what it certainly is giving off the impression here is that I sat for 11 months in the Galveston County Jail. They had me charged and locked up on suspicion of DWI because they had no proof. Then they got the test back they sent off, and it showed there was no alcohol. And then I sat in there until, well, it was close to 11 months, and I got extradited right before I had trial. They have literally drugged this thing. I mean, it's criminal what these people have done. But you know, I've seen so much shit happen over the past few years. I'm almost numb to it all happening.
Right. Tyrant Beware is asking or letting you know that you forgot to mention his certification.
His what?
Certification?
His certification.
Yeah. Olstein's.
Oh yeah. So yeah, and I just drug my chat down. I'm sorry, I wasn't even. So yeah, so Osteen's not a drug recognition expert. And I guess he thinks it's funny, to as many times as he's been asked that question. He's been on this traffic this traffic safety unit.
Right.
It's the DWI task force. So he's been on it for like a year and a half. I mean, what's wrong with the department there? I almost think that may be something that we can hold the department liable on.
Okay.
Because, for not properly training their officers. I think that something like that, under Texas law, he was supposed to be certified as a drug recognition expert. I mean, he's not trained to spot the signs of, intoxication by drugs. But it was never even about that anyways. It was all about the odor of alcohol. And he clearly sucks at that also.
Right. Yeah. I just wonder how many false DUIs he's given out there in the years.
Oh, dude, I'm sure it's so. I actually did some research when I was at the Galveston County Jail, and in 2019, he or the police department I want to say they made like 30 DWI arrests for the year. And then they implemented this traffic safety unit. And it was like overnight, okay, they had, so basically they had like 30 or 40 in a year right there. And then just over the last year and a half, 2 years, the Galveston Police Department has made upwards of 950 or 1,000 DWI arrests. All right. In the article, they're talking about targeting people. The assistant police chief Andre Mitchell was quoted saying, "Well, I don't have it in front of me to actually quote, but basically that they were looking for outside plates coming into
out
the
of state plates.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
crazy.
I would say that they're, it's it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. If people are, that just never really made much sense to me that they would be waiting for people on the outside to be coming into the city instead of waiting for the drunk people to leave the bars that are, in the city.
Right. Yeah, that one's still mystifying. I mean, I know all the ins and outs about it, about who called, or what we think who called, and all that stuff to put you in. But for them to actually do it, it just is mind-boggling to me. I mean, and I, to this day, I'll never forget that video, watching it live. Wow. I mean, it just it.
Well, and now with this book, man, it's going to help make a lot of the other things that I've put out there make a lot more sense. There's a lot of stuff that I've put out that makes sense to me, but I've lived what's going on. So a lot of people have to get reminded sometimes, hey, they don't know what's going on for this video right here.
Right.
And I guess that's a good thing about having a new channel, is it kind of gives me, an easy ability to kind of start out and chronologicalize everything.
Right. But still, I mean, dude, I just can't, sometimes you hear stuff like this and you just literally cannot believe your ears when you're hearing it. That this is actually going on and happening to people. Now, it might not happen a lot. And I think that that's why it's so easy for them to get away with what they get away with. But I mean, you catch a story like this, and it's just, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. It just amazes me that it happens still.
Yep. Oh, 1 second.
Oh, you're fine. Now,
I don't know why I didn't do that earlier with my
your background.
blur out my background. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's I tell you, I have it just it's the path of destruction that they have basically taken me down. And it's sad because I've got a resume that is impeccable, out of this world. Okay. Like I've been to the top of the charts in sales for different companies. I've got a big entrepreneurial background for helping people, launch and helped a friend start a business out of a single bedroom in the house and scale it to where they were pulling in about 10 million a month in about a year's time, for transportation collections. But, I've here more recently gotten hit with a reality check like none other. Like it's a tough pill to swallow. So Galveston sold my car at public auction. While I was in the jail, they stole my keys, sold my car. I lost my YouTube channel while I was in there. I lost being able to access Lafayette County Audit, and that was a monetized channel.
Right.
Background checks. Everywhere runs a background check now. And so they see the frame shit that I pled out to, I sold my soul to the devil, is what I feel like. When I pled out, that's honest to God the best way to kind of paraphrase it. But
right.
I seeing where I can't get a job driving Uber, I can't get a job driving Lyft, I can't do any of that stuff like where I pick things up. I have literally been every company that has run a background check on me has immediately rescinded their job offer. They've given me a job offer, then they run a background check and they rescind the job offer. And I think that's just another thing that we as a country have got to do better.
Right.
What? Even if I did that stuff, I didn't. But if I did, what I did in the past doesn't define me in the future.
Right.
You can't destroy somebody's. Literally cut off their feet and their hands, and expect them to have come from being put in a really bad spot, a really tough spot. How do you get out of it if you got companies that are like nonstop? Even less, $16 an hour freaking. You know how much? I mean, it takes.
It does, dude. I know.
I mean, just to try to get something in, and then I get told, it's ridiculous, man. Something's got to change, because you talk about, obviously I'm going to have to start up my own business. That's what I'm going to have to do, because the only way that I'm, ever going to get anything close to
a fair wage living.
A fair wage is to be self-made.
Right.
And so I'm actually looking at a couple of different ideas, but it's a lot of anxiety. It's a lot of anxiety, James.
Oh, I know, dude. Believe me, I've been there. Since I've been out of prison for 14 years now, luckily I was in a construction field, and they don't care about that kind of background per se, at least the ones that I have. So I was kind of lucky in that aspect of it, but it just freaks me out that they can do that to you, and it hangs over your head. It's like, to me, and one thing I will fight for probably till the day I die is, I think your background should be totally admonished. Whatever they call that here in Illinois, you got to get, you can't get
expungement.
You can't get that in Illinois. You actually have to be pardoned by the governor in order for your background to be clear. But wow. I truly feel that the minute that you get out of jail, the minute you get off parole, the minute you get off probation, that shit should be gone.
Yeah.
Nobody should be allowed to see that kind of a background unless,
because we see what happens. Yeah. It turns people, it keeps criminals criminals.
Right. And it really does. It
turns people that weren't criminals into criminals. It's what do you do whenever nobody will give you a chance? You got to take penitentiary. You end up taking penitentiary chances to try to survive. It's just, there's got to be some type of change. There's got to be some type
now. Cliff was asking, he said something about talk about the latent prosecutor.
Yeah. So the latent prosecutor.
Some video and audio.
Yeah. So I got a call from the Layton mayor a couple of days ago. I sent her an email. I spoke with her on the phone last Thursday. And so I think she called me Wednesday. And so they're looking into their public record policy. I hope it changes for the good, not changes for the bad.
Yeah.
But
you never know nowadays.
Yeah. So she said, I told her I wanted a complete investigation into her city prosecutor. Mark Arrington, for running illegal surveillance on me using, what I believe. It's one of two things happened here. Either A, he ran illegal surveillance using city resources, or he was contacted by Lafayette County. And this is right out of Lafayette County's playbook, because they contacted Galveston.
Right.
They wanted to hem me up and shut me up. And I believe that this has happened again, because he just miraculously found out everything there was to know about me, even though I went by the name Don Matthews, the alias name. And like I told the mayor on the phone the other day, I said, it is not illegal to use an alias. I use an alias a lot because I've been gaslighted, I've been retaliated on, and that's another reason why these public records, you should not require an ID to get them, because that infringes into the First Amendment and the right to get these records for accountability, for transparency's sake. You cannot, you're going to push people away from wanting transparency. It shouldn't be, a city should, but obviously they do it every day. But
right.
So she said that basically Mark had surfed on YouTube. In fact, here's what I'm going to do real quickly. I'm going to play the song, or not the song. I'm going to play the call so that people can hear what this jackass said. And you tell me if you believe him. I don't know if y'all want to do a vote or whatever. I don't think anybody is going to say.
Oh, I'm sure
business using an address other than your home.
Our public
one.
And people in the chat will let us know how they feel.
There's always one. All right, so this is a call. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, Mark Arrington, please.
Yes, who's calling?
Don Matthews.
Let me see if he's available. Just a moment.
All right.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, Mark? This is Don Matthews. Caught me by surprise.
Whatever name you want to go by. What can I help you with?
Let me ask you this. I was asleep this morning whenever you called. I vaguely, whenever I got up and got going, I was questioning whether or not you actually called, and I looked at the phone and saw that you had. So, where did you come up with this information about Matthew Reardon?
Oh, on your YouTube channel. You told me yesterday you were a journalist, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also told me that you were kind of freelance, right?
Right.
You told me you were not affiliated with anything local. I asked you about the Salt Lake Tribune, KSL, Standard Examiner, KNRS. Those are our local news channels. And you said you weren't affiliated locally, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I thought, well, if he's an independent journalist, he's not affiliated locally, he's not really tied with anybody, I thought he's probably on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube. And I kind of like you, actually. So I thought, take a look. Pull up YouTube. There's Matthew. And
how'd you pull
me to a 2017 video. It's on YouTube, right? You have like 3.6 thousand followers. That's good, right?
Well,
and I'm watching, and there's this 2017. I think it's
so. This is gaslighting right here.
Oxford, Mississippi. Okay.
How did you even find that channel?
I just went to YouTube.
But what did you type in?
I just typed in Matthew and started going through all the YouTubes.
Can we do a search for Matthew?
There's washers and dryers being repaired. YouTube.
But how did you even find out Matthew?
And it's it's got your picture.
But how did you even find out Matthew to type in Matthew? Because I told you I was Don. I told you I was Don.
Then I typed in. I saw the video. It's like an hour and 12 minutes. You're walking around downtown. You got an AR-15. You got your flag.
Right. Well, no. That's,
He still ain't explained how he found Matthew.
I know.
Matthew Reardon.
But you knew me as.
That's where I got the name.
You knew me as.
So then I typed in Oxford, Mississippi, Matthew Reardon.
I think he's giving me hints that the tip came from Lafayette County.
Okay,
Stop a second.
but it doesn't matter.
My name.
I really don't have time.
Shut the fuck up, Mark.
I get that. I got a couple of questions for you.
If you want to come up and
No,
pick up our
that's
stuff,
the thing. I'm trying to ask you about that.
You recorded
Hey,
this morning, right?
no, I did not. Hey, listen here. I've got a question about the public records. Okay, I'm not going to come down there and pick them up. I'm going to send a friend to come. Can my friend come pick them up?
So at this point, I feel like I'm getting set up if I go up there.
I ain't speaking.
So I call him back.
Yes, just point.
Don Matthews.
1 moment, please.
Get that answer.
Hey, quick question.
Yeah.
Did you star 67 this, or did you just call in?
I called from a Google Voice number. So
Oh, okay.
it's an online number.
So it wouldn't be a caller ID affiliated with it.
Right. Yeah. So I used a local Google Voice number.
Hello.
All right. Sorry.
Hi, he is busy working on a project at the moment.
Oh.
Can I put you in his voicemail?
No, okay, I'm sure. Hey, let me ask you this something real quickly, and then send me to his voicemail. So I'm gonna send a friend up there to go and get the records. Are y'all gonna make him show ID? And can he pick up those records for me?
I believe you're gonna have to ask that question to the police department. He would for sure have to show ID. I don't know if they would allow him to pick it up or not.
Why
Well,
can't you?
see, if this is the crazy part is Mark just hung up the phone. He wouldn't answer my question. I know he's back there, and I know he can pick up the phone. He's dodging.
And I also know that he is extremely busy. He's working on a project. He's not even supposed to be working today.
Oh, I know. He's probably working on a project of wasting city resources, running illegal searches on private citizens. This is absolutely ludicrous with the stuff that I just found out about him. So I'm putting him on notice. There are multiple violations.
Give him a voicemail.
Absolutely. But yeah, I just needed to find out about my friend coming and picking that stuff up.
Okay, so I'm going to put you in his voicemail, and then you can call the police records department, and
This-
you can ask them that question.
I exercised the First Amendment right here. This is where the First Amendment comes in.
You've reached Mark Arrington, Layton City prosecutor. Please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Mark, this is Don Matthews. Glad to see you're going to waste the city's fucking resources to run illegal searches on somebody, like, completely full of shit, and then you're going to hang up the phone on me. I'm trying to find out, okay? I don't care if you call me back or not. I don't give a shit, but I'm trying to find out if my friend can go over there and go and pick up the records, and if he's going to have to show ID. That's all I want to know. What you're doing is wrong. You should know it's wrong, and your qualified immunity will not survive this. Take care.
So now, question.
Yeah.
Why, for one, it bothers me a lot that anybody would have to show an ID to pick up records. And two, why would your friend not be allowed to pick up records? Because.
So that's an interesting question. So I called back up there and I spoke to the records department, who had, of course, been in talks with Mark Arrington, the city prosecutor. And they told me they didn't want anybody else to come and pick it up. So I feel like that was basically they were trying to set me up
Okay.
right there.
Okay.
And I had been through this with Galveston. Galveston baited me up there using my car keys to try to, get me to come get my car keys to get my car out. And that's when they took me into custody, on that, that was a setup right there. I could smell it, I could see it clear as day. And so I was going to send somebody else up there. They said that if I wanted somebody else to pick it up, I would need to go and get it notarized to show that I'm notarizing somebody else to get it. Well, here's the thing. They
Kind of
did
like a power of attorney.
Well, they did that knowing that I requested those documents under an alias. So how am I going to get anything notarized? You got to show ID to get something notarized. So A, I wouldn't be able to get anything notarized. And B, in the slim chance that I did, they would then come in and say, well, you got an official document notarized as a name that's not you.
Right.
And they would try to criminally charge me there. They were trying to bait their own criminal charge right there. And I wasn't going to fall for it.
That's wow.
So if they want to play the games, we're going to play the games. We'll play some Patriot games. Right.
Fuck them. So question, did and you don't have to tell me the amount. Did they charge you for those documents?
So so I never got mine. So mine are still sitting up there. There was no need in having to pay for it twice. So the Vigilance Committee, Cliff, got them. I want to say they were $40. That was what they charged me. I think they charged him the same thing. I didn't go up there and get mine because it's the same thing. It was the exact same request that I made. Why pay for it twice? They shouldn't have to even pay for it the first time.
Correct. So, well, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, I think the taxpayers, Cliff, the Vigilance Committee, and Utah Defender did a great job that day. I stayed out of reach. I was watching from afar, but yeah, it was. I think that these records are already paid for by taxpayer dollars already.
100%.
Yeah, just did it. I saw that pop up. Just did a YouTube search for Matthew, 20 pages and no hits. Yeah, but you got to know my last name. And so just simply going off of, I should have been Joe Schmo to this guy. If the Layton Police Department never had any probable cause to ever ask me for ID, and so I'm not even identified in the report, they never asked for ID. What gives this guy the right to say, well, the police never even asked him for his name to figure out his name? He's going under an alias name, wanted to stay basically confidential and anonymous. And I'm just going to go out and I'm going to figure out who the hell this guy is. I think, we're starting to get some ideas, a feel for. I've got the video on my YouTube channel of sitting down with Mark Arrington, where he comes out of the back and sits on the sofa. And I got the I'm holding the camera, and it's about a 30, 40 minute talk or whatever. And he keeps on, it was at least 5 or 6 times throughout the talk, he would emphasize Don Matthews, or he would say, what word? Or he would say it, Dan. He would say Dan Matthews, and I think he did that. What I truly feel like he was doing right there is he was trying to test me for if I would catch him throwing out the wrong name right there instead of saying, he knew that I introduced myself as Don Matthews, but he kept on saying different things to try to see if he could catch me slipping. But he never caught me slipping. Every time he said, Dan, I said, no, I said, my name's Don. Like I would catch him every time. But the way that he emphasized, he kept trying to emphasize the whole name and say it in 2, first name, last name, kind of is starting to make me feel like he came into that sit down basically is a spy. You know, he had already gotten the 411, and he was putting on a fake face right there and sitting down and just seeing, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he did. You know, cops can lie all they want.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely did a horrible job of trying to, you know,
Yeah.
act like he was friendly and on my side. That would have, you know, at least he
I
showed.
noticed that too at first.
Yeah, at least he showed
Yeah, I
that
like
he
your
was a
stuff,
snake at the
Matthew.
beginning. Huh?
I said, yeah. He was like, yeah, I like your stuff, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Enough to put you in jail for, bud.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't think they liked that silent audit I did too well. I don't know. Did you see that? I can't hear you, F.I.R.M. Hey, you got yourself muted.
All right, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was coughing and lighting that cigarette. I didn't want to make too much noise so they could still hear you. Yeah, I actually have that pulled up now. I have not seen it yet. If you want to watch it, we can watch it.
Hey, it's the newest one with the body cameras, because the way that I pan it from one body camera to the next is actually pretty cool. Like whenever the police pull up, I took the 911 call, put it in there, and then I bounced from body cam to my camera. You know, it's a pretty good put together production, if I must say.
So that isn't your newest one, you said, right? 3
Yeah,
hours ago?
it's gonna be it's probably 4 down from the top or so. It's it'll say, let's see, your videos. So
Yeah,
it
one you
is,
just put out. Is that the one you met, Rogue Nation? Is it alive?
yeah. So no, you keep going. No, it's under regular videos.
Okay.
And if you go down to, God, I can't believe I put out so many since then. So
I
go
know.
down to just released 911 call and body
Okay.
cam footage.
Okay, I see it.
It's 21. Yeah.
Okay.
I cut it down to try to make it as, you know, much action and
Right.
sitting around watching dead time.
Let me hit the thumbs up. Let's see here. Go back to studio. Let me share because I suck at all this shit. Just released. All right. Can everybody see that now? Can you see that, Matthew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me go back here and we will start this one off, guys. Thank you for sticking around and watching this.
I don't have any audio.
Now, were you with somebody or were you by yourself?
I was by myself. Hey, I don't have
Okay.
any audio on mine. Are y'all hearing this?
I can hear it, but
I'm not hearing any audio.
Yeah, see you later, Wingspan. Thank you for being here.
See you, Wingspan.
Can everybody hear that when I had it going, or what's going on? Everything's on.
We can hear the wind. Okay. I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. My bad. So you could probably, if you wanted to, you could skip it ahead a few minutes. This is just kind of walking around the outside. But then when I go around to the front, yeah.
Oh, guys,
Go back
gals,
I
I think we have
That's about 30 seconds. There you go. Here comes Karen.
Oh, is that an employee or is that a patron?
Yeah, that's Karen.
Okay, yeah. Silent but deadly.
Yep.
Oh, guys and gals, I think we have some snitches. Damn, y'all, I think we have some snitches.
Police and fire dispatch.
Hey, my name is Alan. And I'm the assistant manager at the Zions Bank here in Layton on Fort Lane.
Hi.
We have a person who's been wandering around our building with like a selfie stick filming it.
Okay. Can you confirm your address?
Yes, it's 150 South Fort Lane.
Okay. And you're the manager?
I'm the assistant manager, yes.
Okay. And is it a male or female that's doing this?
It's a male.
Okay. Okay. Where are they right now?
He is out on he's actually on the side.
Just to let you know, I think he misgendered you. I think he took the wrong way there. He should have said, I don't know.
I don't know.
Sidewalk. It's like he's maybe even filming the street. It's just so weird.
So weird.
Which street is he along?
Fort Lane, sorry.
Okay.
He's wearing like a dark gray jacket, hoodie,
Just
with like
a moment.
jeans on.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a couple
Like
questions
this
to
one
get
right
a
here?
good description of him.
Okay, good.
About how old does he look?
Do what? I'm sorry.
I said this one right here, same one.
Yeah.
He looks like he's probably about 30.
Okay. What race?
He's white.
About how tall?
I'd say he's probably like 5'6" to 10, somewhere in that range.
Okay. Is he thin build, medium, or heavy set?
He's kind of a medium.
Okay, hey, so
Is he wearing
let's check that out a second, okay? He said 30 years old. He said
Right.
5'6", and he said a medium build. Well, I don't meet that description.
That ain't no kidding.
Man, yeah, that ain't me.
Or did you have a bunch of clothes on that day?
No.
That's too funny.
But here comes the silent
And
R.
how can you see his hair?
I can't see his head. He's wearing a hoodie.
Okay. Is the hood up?
The hood is up, yes.
What color is the hoodie?
It's dark gray and black.
Okay. Okay. And can you see what kind of bottoms he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing like blue jeans,
Okay. And what color are his shoes?
brown, like kind of like leather.
Okay. Is anyone else with him?
Nope, by himself.
Do you know if he came in a vehicle or if he walked?
We saw him walking around the building, so I don't know if he came in a vehicle.
Okay.
Because he's been out here for like 5 or 10 minutes, circled the whole thing. He turned the camera back at us just for a sec and then turned away. I don't know, it's just so weird.
Yeah, no, that's definitely weird. I'm glad you called.
That's something else that I want to address is they 100% need to start teaching these dispatchers how to stop escalating these calls.
Yes, because that was uncalled for with her saying.
And that call should have been over in about 35 seconds. Sir, is he on your property? No, he's not. Well, then he has every right to do what he's doing, sir. Sorry. Goodbye.
Yeah, we're not going to waste city resources for.
Right. Right. Well, our guys got nothing else to do. They're just sitting at the donut shop. Hold on. We'll get the whole force over there in a second.
Right.
Can you see if he has any weapons or if he's carrying anything?
He doesn't. It looks like he's only holding his selfie stick. I don't see anything else on him.
Now, that's a scary question right there, because I've heard them lie in the past on other videos,
Right.
where they were so adamant about getting the guy off the property that they will bait the call. Well, so, and you know, it's kind of a collusion between the 911 operator and the person that's on the other end, because it's like the 911 operator throws the bait out there like that, and then the person catches it and says, well, you know, it's funny that you say that, because I see a big, you know, bulge over there around his pocket. Now, the next thing you know, that gets put out over the radio traffic. You got cops swarming in from all directions, coming up, guns blazing. This stuff happens, folks.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you know, that shit. That's not a fun situation to be in right there.
One that I can say right off the hand that bothers me is with Riverside County Audits. You know, he's had that done a few times because he carries that pepper ball gun.
Yeah.
And it's, oh no, we got a gun. And, you know, and it's like, what the hell, people, you know?
Right.
I understand you can't tell the difference, but still, it's just like, what the hell? It is legal to carry.
I'll always carry mace now.
Right.
And your first name?
Allen, Allen.
Okay. Alan, what's a good callback number for you?
801-546-8833.
Okay. All right. It looks like my partner's got an officer that's headed that way right now. If anything changes before they arrive, or if you see that he's left or gone into a vehicle, if you can just take note of that to let the officer know when he arrives.
He's still there.
Okay.
In fact, I see an officer pulling into the parking lot.
Perfect.
Here they come.
Let's see.
Perfect.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Now, will they arrest him?
Okay. Yep. I showed an officer in the area and the second one right behind him. I'll let him take over. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Doing a lot of lagging on. I don't know if it's on my end over here, or if that's on your end, or what.
No, it's showing pretty clear here. If you were lagging a little bit earlier, I was going to tell you.
I don't know what's going on with it.
And look at how he parks.
Hey, Matt, how's it going? How you doing, man? You doing all right? Don't want to talk to me? Okay. Well, my name's Officer Rangasamy with Lake PD. The only reason why I'm here is just we got some people from Zion's calling.
Burn off on him.
Okay. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine, man.
Then go talk to
get
the
out of
bank.
here. Have a good one.
He ain't left yet.
Is there a reason why you're recording the bank? Is there a reason why you're recording the bank? Go ahead. Nothing still.
Ah.
Español.
Sorry, guys.
What's it? Nothing.
It absolutely just blows their mind that someone can actually stay quiet.
And honestly, if you don't open your mouth, if you're on think about it. It's brilliant. You stand on a public sidewalk. If, you know, obviously you can't be trespassed from public sidewalk. And if you just don't open your mouth, they have nothing they can't take you to jail for not speaking to them. You know, it's when people open their mouth that it's almost just as fun to do this as it is to win an argument with a cop. You know, because really, I mean, even when you win an argument with a cop, it's like you haven't won an argument with a cop because they still aren't going to get it. But yeah, it's, you know, this, and I think the next time I do one, I definitely want to do a Johnny 5-0 style. You know, I've the standing there carrying on a conversation with somebody and acting like nobody's even walked up to you. Like whenever the police walk up, just talking about lunch with buddy right there and just don't even, you know, like that one right there throws them into oblivion too. They're like, what the hell is going on? What is this?
We did that when we went to a prison. I was with MCC, you know, Michigan Constitutional Crusader, and frickin' media, and CTI Central. Oh, God darn it, he's out of St. Louis here, close to me. But we all started talking about what we were going to have for lunch and stuff, and the cop finally just started chiming in with us. Yeah, Mexican sounds good, guys. You know, because they just had no clue what to come back with.
Well, it's about to get, so they're about to make I'll say this. Overall, I thought the Layton Police Department did a good job. They did a good job until the body cam came out and does what it always tends to do.
Right. Reveals
that, well, they did to the, you know, to the eye, they did a good job. But some of the things that are about to come out on this body cam when these officers walk inside of the bank, I've said I want to call Officer Courtney. I'm going to call him one of these days this week and get transferred to him. And I'm going to have a talk with him on the phone about what he's about to say when they pull up and they walk into this bank. So.
Oh, okay. So let's hear it.
You can write?
Yeah, this is funny right here.
Okay. Can I give you a notebook you can write? Yeah? What is that? Writing? A pencil?
I think that means get the hell away from me.
I can give you a notebook if you want to write on there. Yeah?
He should have taken his notebook and filled every page up.
Yeah.
What do you want me to write?
Try 30 19.
Is that going to help you with communication at all if I write things down, or?
Ask them if they had a plate cover on it.
Yay or nay?
Dude, you are doing an awesome job with this. I would so be coming out left with my mouth on this. it just wouldn't be hard. It'd be really hard for me to say it. It is, but.
And he really starts asking me if I'm Mexican, like I don't speak English. and then all of a sudden, you know, you'll see at the conclusion of this audit, as soon as the officers say, have a nice day, you go to the vehicle, I open my mouth and start talking and ask for names and
badge numbers and stuff.
Yeah. Watch this. There's the second one right there. He's about to turn in. And it's actually two of them there.
Like I was saying, doesn't look like you're doing anything illegal or anything like that. The workers here were just kind of worried about you just sitting here recording the bank. They just want to see what's going on. So that's the only reason why I'm here. All right. Not saying you're doing anything illegal or anything like that. So just trying to figure out kind of what you're doing. So, do you speak English at all? Okay.
I'm not sure
So, doesn't speak? No words? Okay. You talk to the bank at all yet? Yeah. We'll go talk to them. Yeah. Yeah. we'll go talk to him, let him know that. So,
Okay.
trying to get a response, trying to get officers to violate his rights.
I want him to not
here's
violate
the one place.
He was doing so good.
So good, man. Like, why do you have to do that? You know, the thing is, I want them to not violate my rights. I'm ready if they do, but I would prefer that they not. And that's the thing. They've got to have a re-education. They've got to have some training on this, that, you know, you can't look at it like everybody's trying to bait a lawsuit. That is not what I'm trying to do. God knows I got enough legal shit. I don't want anything else, but I'm steadily getting a longer list of shit because people keep acting stupid.
And it just, and I do understand, a lot of the auditors at the beginning were very rough. They were very antagonistic and stuff. And there were probably a few out there that did want the lawsuits when they found out, they think they could get money out of them and shit. But, I have to say that about 90% of us nowadays are not out there to be that way. We're out there to teach, to educate, to let people know that, hey, you have rights.
Yes.
Absolutely. And if you don't use them, you're going to lose them.
I try not to do anything that I can't turn into educating,
Right.
tool.
That he messes up. Everything else is clean. These officers do a great job. But right here, saying that I'm trying to get them to violate my rights is definitely incorrect. That's why we call it stress testing the First Amendment, to see if the right is upheld
100%
and respected.
Yeah, I think we'd have more grounds if he was in their area, but even then, there's a way to handle that. So.
See, they're trying to conspire, but
right. That's typical cop.
Did you call? I did. Where has he stayed at on that sidewalk? No, he went behind the building here. Like, he's basically circled the whole thing. Okay. He hasn't entered the building, hasn't been up by the doors or anything like that? Not next to them, but he has kept pointing his camera at his phone at the building. So.
He doesn't know how to deal with it.
So he, kind of like what you're saying, he's not talking to us at all. With him being out on that sidewalk, as long as he's out there on public property, our hands are kind of tied. If he starts becoming an issue where he's up by the doors or entering the facility, things like that, we could take more action. I'm gonna go there and try to talk to him. I'm sure he's gonna. I have another officer out there already that's trying to, but same thing, just kind of recording and saying, not speaking. So
you guys are familiar with First Amendment auditors?
Yeah.
That's what is it? So First Amendment auditors, they go around and do things like this to elicit a police response, because what they want us to do is go out there and
infringe on
we can't. He's well within his rights.
That's twice in a row from Courtney.
Right.
So it's clear that I gotta have a talk with Courtney. We gotta have a little conversation about this.
That's crazy.
But what he's hoping is that we somehow impede on that and tell him, hey, you cannot be filming, right? And that's not what we're gonna do. So
Okay, once again, this is a totally wrong impression that the officer has, and I'm going to have a phone call with Officer Courtney right here, because believe it or not, what we actually want to see is officers upholding and respecting our rights under the First Amendment.
I mean, I personally would do something in my time, but
kind of the best response to people like that is not to really give them a response, because eventually they're going to get bored.
it was just weird because he was recording.
Yeah. I guess.
So yeah. Like a little bit. It'd be different if he was like in front of Beans and Brews or something, but this is a bank.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately.
and then I was like, if you can just like browse, then you can record. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah, unfortunately, with him being where he's at right now, like, and it being a publicly accessible area, like, obviously, if he's on the property, yes, then we could say, hey, you're, encroaching on their property. They want you trespassing. They want you off property. But out there, he can film whatever he wants around the building. If he starts coming in and like blocking the drives at all, though, for you, like, that's a different story. That's also a safety issue for us. Because, like, hey, man, you can't be walking around where cars are going to be driving. So, was he on the outside of the drive-through area?
You saw him, was he on the, was he walking through the drive up, or is it like over?
No, he was in the drive up, like just at the very edge of it.
Okay.
And he was walking to say, hey, you could just go in. And I thought he was talking to himself and making a movie, but he wasn't talking, and then he'd like, hey, and then turned back to the bank, and then he just slowly made his way around.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so in other words, he never stepped foot on the property, you dumb winch. But let's exaggerate it some more.
But yeah, see if we can go get him any information, but he's not required to right now. So
I understand.
Yeah,
just as a safety thing, we're like,
he's
just nervous.
Yeah,
definitely. We're a bank. Don't like when people are casing us.
For sure. Yeah. So, for this property itself, because like where we have like say Winco and Teriyaki Bowl and everything, you own the parking lot and everything. All right, cool. I just want to verify that because
as far as I know, we own this property.
Okay, yeah. You guys get an opportunity to, if we can verify that way, if he steps into the area.
Well, I've looked it up on the county recorder.
Okay.
And it says,
yeah, let's get as much evidence as we can so we can hem him up because he's just being such a bad person.
Right. And really, in all reality, I'm waiting on them to educate them.
Becomes a problem.
Right. And the sad thing is, this dude knows what you are, knew what you were. And he's still putting it out there as like, oh, he's casing the joint.
He wanted contact, or he wanted content, man. So, like, I guess now if you type in Zion's Bank into YouTube, that fucking video comes up. So that video just put Zion's Bank on the map on YouTube. All you got to do is type in Zion's, and that video pops up. Congratulations, Mr. Assistant Manager Bank Teller of the Month, for making a stupid call and now putting the Layton Zion's Bank branch. Anytime somebody types Zion's Bank into YouTube, your freaking branch comes up. Congratulations. Good job.
Right.
And then we'll take different action or tell them, hey, you can still record, but you need to stay on the sidewalk or in the public areas outside of the bank's property.
I think this dude needs his ponytail chopped off. That's for sure. Because he sure don't fit that at all.
So,
okay. Sounds good. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks. I'm home.
So I guess he just thinks that's in the building. I actually saw him at the PD earlier. He was walking around the courthouse and the same thing.
It's probably who they thought was.
So who's Steve?
Steven, but not.
Probably. Who's Steven? You need to do a public request for Steven that walks around the courthouse. They said they originally thought that I was a guy named Steve or Steven that was walking around the courthouse. So who is Steven? We need to find out who Steven is.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting public record request right there. Who's Steven?
That's funny. So somebody else has done it to him before then too.
Apparently a guy named Steven, and I've never heard of him.
Right.
I just said a single choice. Okay. That's on you. Just sits there smiles.
All right. Well, I mean, you could try to ask him. But, anywhere, I wouldn't be a dead horse. So
If we don't have any cars, right?
if he comes onto the bank's property, gets the parking lot, and there's not a bank business, right? No other reason than just to do what he's doing. Right. Then we'll address it at that time. He might be edging trespassing.
Going to the bank for day 2 home.
Through their drive.
Okay. So if he steps over here, then
He's into this area, then address that then. So,
okay. Step. Should be good. Yeah. You guys letting him know? You want me to just let him know, or we just get out of here? Yeah, he's not gonna talk to us. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm sure he knows. He knows. So yeah. Cool. So, all right, guys. See you, man.
Thank you, officers. Hey, can I get y'all's name and badge number, please?
Nate Krieger. Ragasami. Badge number. We don't have a badge number. We have a PD number. It's 260.
260.
Officer Taylor, PD 264.
264.
Officer Courtney, PD 234.
234. Thank you, guys. Is there a CAD number on this?
Like a report number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want it on a card, or do you just want it?
Yeah, card would be great.
Okay.
They say I was on the property.
They have a problem, we'll just talk to you about it then. But right now, you're doing what you do. So
Exercise my rights. Yeah.
Weird.
No, I never stepped foot on the parking lot. So, hey, this is what I like to see. All right, it's that y'all handled it. Y'all handled it professionally. Y'all educated them that it was well within my rights. Wasn't doing anything nefarious.
Oh wow, he's got a whole box of them. That's unusual to see.
Yep.
This card is my information. If you ever needed the case numbers right here.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Hey, appreciate your professionalism.
So yeah, that kind of reminds me as far as like audits go. So me and Jose, Utah Cop Watch, last night, we went out cop watching, and something occurred to me, particularly with the West Valley City Police Department over there, is the fact that we spotted more than one police car that was driving around with one headlight last night. And as you saw, I don't know if you saw that video that I sent you, or that I
saw a little bit of it. I didn't have a whole big time to watch it. I apologize.
Yeah. I chewed that cop's ass, like literally, like I started going off at one, but he was pulling off, and then I latched on to his supervisor about it, because it's an issue that I take personally. Okay. Because I don't give a shit if you pull somebody over and let them go because their headlight, went out. The fact of the matter is you pulled the person over. All right. You used a light just going out maybe right then as probable cause to pull somebody over, and then your investigation dives into something else. I wonder how many times that's happened. So really, him telling me in this video, and I haven't, actually I put that out. I premiered it earlier. Realized I made a couple of mistakes with the sound, but it's, I don't know. We might have to play that one. I don't know. This is getting pretty late in the live stream too. I don't know how late you normally do them, but
to be honest, I mean, we can let one play if you want and stay on. I don't care, but I have to run to the store and get me one of my large sodas. So it's up to you. I'm wide awake. I did all my sleeping this afternoon.
Yeah.
So, because I would love to see the video, but in the same sense, I'm going to miss a lot of it because of the fact is I got to run.
Well,
to grab a soda.
so let me ask you this: if you gave me control, and then I could show my actually, I think I can do that anyways. I mean, I can request. Freaking present. Share screen.
I was going to ask to see how you can do that.
Okay. So I wanted to, can y'all see my screen right here?
No.
I don't have something enabled.
Hold on, I can add it to the stage. There we go.
Cool. All right. So let's see.
And hey, while you're doing this, I want to give a shout out because I haven't given a shout out to all these super chats yet. Thank you very much, Cliff, 100% for gifting those 10 F.I.R.M Audits memberships. I appreciate that so much. And to be sock.
Thank you, Cliff. Hey, the Vigilance Committee is always.
I know he is one of the best out there, man. Well, to be socks, Matt is a hero. They had no articulo to arrest him. And then we got Tyrants Beware. Thank you, $4.99. Never back down, never back down, never give up, never surrender. No man left behind. This is our duty as American citizens. And then Cliff did one at $9.39, which I did miss, and I apologize for that one, Cliff. Another super chat for you to read, brother. And then I also want to put on there that the Vigilance Committee also did cash at me some money. And Cliff, I love you to death because I sure can use that. So I appreciate that. And guys, I'm going to let him have this for a few minutes here, and I'm going to run up to the store real fast. If that's cool, Matt.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Hey, let me make sure I'm on my right screen first before you run up there.
Okay.
Because, all right, you got it on the motion for Frank's here. I don't know what screen that is. I need it on.
That's the one you shared.
Got you. Okay, so I'm right here. All right, so I need to get out of this. Should I just close out? All right. Present. Share screen. Channel. Share. Okay.
Okay, there you go.
You got me?
Yep.
Cool. All right. So yeah, last night went out with Jose doing some cop watching in Salt Lake City. I was trying to think if there was something else on there that maybe I didn't have public, but
well, hey, I'm gonna run to the store real fast. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
See you back here soon.
All right.
All right. So this was last night, and the audio screwed up on some parts. So like. Oh shit. Sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have the right tab up. All right, look at this look, folks. Slowed it down. He said, "Thanks for stopping."
Thanks for stopping. Yeah, dude, no problem.
So for those that are just coming on here, this is last night out in Salt Lake City. Went out there with Utah Cop Watch.
What do you stop you for? What did he stop you for? I said, what did he stop you for? What did he stop you for? Huh? What you ask? I said, what did he stop you for? The police is telling me. What did you stop him for?
Are you calling your son?
Huh?
Are you calling him?
No, no, no.
Okay. Just keep trying to call him, okay?
Yes, yeah, I'm not calling. What happened? What happened?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, what happened?
We're in the middle of an investigation. You're more than welcome to film if you just want to stay over there.
I didn't know if he was broken down or, yeah.
Okay.
Can I get your name and badge number?
What? Nichols 8719.
8719?
Yes, sir.
I should have told him not to tell me what to do right there. But I let him slide on that one.
Yeah. Can I get your name and badge number?
Nichols
8719? He's being a dick. Ooh. Officer, I asked what he was. I was asking the guy what they pulled him over for, and officer said they're in the middle of an investigation. And you won't tell me anything. He said you can stand back. Can I get your name and badge number? 8719? Yeah, that's great. Yes.
Nothing really goes on right here. He doesn't interact with me or anything, so I'm going to skip it on a little bit.
Get your ass over here, boy.
I'm going to point that out, sure.
Nah, you kick your ass over here, boy.
Like I said, right here is where the sound is going to kind of get off on a couple of places. Apparently, whenever I was editing the video, I screwed something up by accident. Stand by.
So I didn't know if you were leaving. I was going to talk to you.
Can you stay on the sidewalk, please? It's dangerous on the road.
All right, can I talk to you?
I've got to leave. Continue our investigation. So.
You're leaving? Hey, hold on. Here's the thing. I'm going to need some identification, officer. Hey. Look at it. Driving off with one headlight. But if we did it, that's
Y'all
bullshit.
use it all the time for probable cause to pull somebody over on a traffic stop and then harass them and arrest them. Sorry about the sound, guys. Like I said, the sound is screwed up. I need to re-upload this video and fix it.
I don't know why I didn't, but I need to get the guy. I got the guy's name and his badge number. Hey, excuse me, officer.
Yes.
Can I talk to you whenever you finish?
You cannot talk to me. I'm in the middle of the road.
Well, I want to report a violation with your officer.
I'm sorry?
Your officer had one headlight that just pulled off. Now, if that was anybody, if that was anybody else, are you kidding me? Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Just made me mad, man. Like, honestly, I hate cops because of what they did. Fucking ass out again. It's a two-sided system. There's fucking piece of shit. You know, it shouldn't be. Oh, there's two more right there. That's the way it is. So you're a supervisor, and your officer pulled off with one headlight.
Yeah.
Now, if that was anybody else, would y'all
listen? Do you want him to go to AutoZone right now and fix it? It's not open, correct?
Okay.
Lights go out.
But you know what? That excuse doesn't work for me. If I was driving down the road with one headlight out, it went out at nighttime, because that's happened before. That's fucking happened before. Okay. All right. So how? Okay, exactly. And just the ticket before. What?
Have I pulled you over before?
No, but I'm just saying, does that excuse work? If you pulled me over because if you pulled me over because I had one headlight out, would you care for that excuse?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't. I guarantee you wouldn't. I've gotten rid of the ticket before. What? What?
All right.
Buddies.
Good luck to that one.
That's a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. You know that?
Better night.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
Better night.
Because he pulled off and wouldn't let me freaking even address the thing. Like, that was the thing. I said, hey, look, I just need to talk to you for just a second. And he was like, I mean, it's like a big fuck you, man. Like, honestly, it pissed me off.
All right. What's going on, everybody? How is everybody doing? Thank you guys all for being here. Corey Steele, thank you for being here, guys. To be continued, you are correct. Where did Matthew?
Hey.
There he is. He's there.
Hey, F.I.R.M.
What?
Sorry about that. I got 20 things playing, it sounds like. Okay. So I've got this right here. Did you see the music video that I put together for the stuff with Galveston?
No, but that's funny you say that, because that was one of the things that I actually had up on my little list to play. So
I pulled it up also. But yeah, here, you want me to give it back to you and you put it on?
No, you can do it, dude. We're good.
Okay. So I got this right here. So I put this together. This was probably the most epic way of dropping the hammer on the public, or on the corrupt pieces of shit that did everything that they did to plot and conspire. And the truth, you can only tell so many lies before all the lies just fall apart. So check this out. This was a music video that I built. I wrote the words to this song. I want you to tell me what you think of it. Hope you like the music.
Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they'd control, but justice is burning, exposing their soul. They built this on deceit, but their cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Down in Galveston, it started that night. Osteen and Doretti turned wrong into right. Said I was drunk, claimed the smell in the air, but no alcohol touched me, their proof wasn't there. They locked me up 11 months in a cell. Fabricated charges of personal hell. They twisted the law, made me a pawn, but their conspiracy's unraveling, it won't last long. A growing plot, their power abused, but I'm breaking the chains, their lies are diffused. The truth's on my side and it's ready to speak, exposing their game, bringing justice to the weak. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they control, but justice is burning, exposing their soul. They built this on deceit, but the cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Extradited from Galveston back to Lafayette. 2 weeks before trial, the lies were set. Then Ben Creekmore played his false hand, fictitious evidence in his corrupt plan. Judge Tolleson fell for the charade they showed. 2 years in prison, down a dark road. Osteen hit the stand, swore oath after oath, but his lies cracked under the weight of my growth. July 18th, they thought they'd won, but justice don't sleep, the truth has begun. Their house of cards is shaking, ready to fall. I'm standing tall, calling out them all. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they control. Sentence vacated, exposing their soul. They built it on deceit, but the cover is blown. Now the guilty guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Katie Beavers, Hobie James play the dirty part. Conspired with Galveston to tear me apart. Jeff Busby sent false statements to the district attorney, and when the heat came down, it was so concerning. A snake in the grass hiding behind his crew, but the truth reveals everything they do. Their lies run deep, but justice runs deeper. Each betrayal exposed, the climb's getting steeper. They thought they'd silence me, bury my voice, but now it's my time and I've made my choice to shine a light, make sure these criminals pay. Justice is coming and it's here to stay. I lost it all, but I've still got the fight. Damn right, the truth's a weapon cutting through the night. The sentence declared unlawful, the order vacated. I'm vindicated, liberated, and of course I'm elated. Caught red-handed, their lies laid bare. These public officials thought nobody would care. A conspiracy deep, but the truth's coming through. The system's cracking, now they'll pay their due. Lies and corruption, they thought they control. Sentence vacated, exposing their soul. They built it on deceit, but the cover is blown. Now the guilty must answer for the seeds they've sown. Yeah, pour again. Damn right, the truth's a weapon, cutting through the night. The sentence declared unlawful, the order vacated. I'm vindicated.
He's wearing a hoodie.
Okay.
That was
Is the
actually
hood
a
up?
really good video.
The hood is up, yes.
What color?
Yeah, that was, hold on a second. So yeah, that was, I'm actually pretty proud with the way that turned out. Let me show you this as well. So right here, I'm on my, well, there. Oh, yeah. So right now I'm on my Lafayette County Audit website. This thing is loaded full of evidence. This is where I basically publish, well, up until getting locked up, you know, they took this website down for a while.
Really?
And yeah, so I think what happened while I was in prison, it got hit with a massive denial of service attack. It was so many. Basically, they spammed out the site. They sent probably 1 million freaking registrations, like just fake accounts.
Wow.
That triggered my server and shut it down. I actually had to. It was a pretty serious violation, and like I explained to the people with the web hosting, I mean, I was in prison when this happened, you know, but there's been a lot of intentional shit that's gone on. I will say that when you go to this website, this staged DWI arrest of journalists exposes deep government corruption. I just wrote that. That's good. This right here. Okay. New song, False Witness. So I just put this on there. And if the first one that we just listened to doesn't do it, as far as driving it home for Hobie James and Candace Beavers. By the way, I realized the other day, so I've got a messenger group on Facebook, and it's called Lafayette County Audit. It was started under a different Facebook account that I don't have access to anymore. And when it was, like, I put this group together, this messenger group, Hobie James was a snake. You know, like I didn't, he was basically... He was acting so cool, like he was a buddy online, like he was, you know, into the stuff, First Amendment audits. But it's always the ones that act the nicest you got to watch out for the most. Those are the most, you know, dangerous people. And so I can't take him out of the messenger group because I wasn't the one that added him in, and I also have him blocked on my profile. So I see that he's still in this messenger group because it shows his little bubble head, okay, when he checks the messages. So he thinks he's scoping everything, and I know damn well he's seeing it, okay? I can't get him out of the group. So you know what what my response was I sent him, or I didn't send him. I dropped in that messenger group. I remixed that video out right there of the music video that we just listened to. And I sent that new video to the Facebook group saying, new music video destroys corrupt state actors in Galveston, Texas, and Lafayette County, Mississippi. I see that somehow Hobie James is in this messenger group and I can't remove him. So enjoy the song, motherfucker, because you sure earned it. Hashtag snake. And sent the video. So here's the other song right here. And it's on the website. There's no video created for it.
Yeah. This one right here is for the people. For the ones who got set up, lied on, framed. For the ones who fought back and got punished for it. Candace Beavers, Hobie James Osteen. This one's for y'all. They put their hands on the Bible, swear to tell the truth. But Beavers took the stand just to fabricate the proof. She said I had no reason, no permission to be there. But the calls don't lie, check the records if you dare. I told her I was coming, FBI was in the loop. But she twisted up my words, turned my rights into a noose. Now I'm sitting in that cell while she's smirking in the court. A badge and a gun, but the truth she still distorts. Hobie in the shadows, pulling strings like a ghost. Low scene on the beat, trying to send me up the coast. They ain't like the way I spoke, put their names in the light. So they linked up with Galveston. Tried to bury me in spite. False witness, perjury, they lied on me. Tried to take my freedom, but I'm still gonna speak. Retaliation, I see what y'all be. Beavers, James Osteen, corrupt police. August 2023, I dropped a vid, let it fly. Exposed what they was doing, had them nervous on the slide. Next thing I know, they plotting, trying to take me back. Using Galveston's finest for their cowardly attack. Tell me how that work, y'all supposed to serve and protect. But instead, y'all protecting your rep with disrespect. Y'all ain't law, y'all just gangsters in a government fit. If the truth's a crime, I guess I'm guilty as it gets. Said I broke probation, but the facts ain't aligned. Phone calls don't vanish, check the date, check the time. Y'all fabricated charges like a script from a play. But karma got receipts and she running up the pay. False witness, perjury, they lied on me. Tried to take my freedom, but I'm still gonna speak. Retaliation, I see what y'all be. Beavers, James Osteen, corrupt police. How you cover your self-law when you break it with ease? Sworn to protect, but you're moving like thieves. Weaponize the system just to silence a man. But the truth don't die, better watch where you stand. You'll try to lock me down, but my voice still free. Every line that I drop, it's a charge on me, not in the courtroom, but against y'all frauds. Lying under oath just to play like gods. I see the setup, I peep the scheme. Judges play along, it's a whole machine. But the truth got power and the people gon' see. How y'all try to take my life just for speaking on thee. False witness, perjury, they lied on me. Try to take my freedom, but I'm still gon' speak. Retaliation, I see what y'all be. Beavers, James Osteen, corrupt police.
That's a freaking cool ass song too.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
That's a cool ass song, dude. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've got a few things that I've put, and I was trying. There was one other thing I wanted to actually show on this website, and I need to do that real quickly. I just need to throw this thing onto the menu. I took it off the other day because it dropped into the third line, or dropped into the second line. But let me do right here. Item below, communicare. Okay, save. Okay, so boom, just put it right here at the bottom of the menu. So this is an article that I don't think gets enough. I don't think it gets enough attention for what actually happened, and it's this whole thing with the 5150. I've heard it being a scandal going on all around the country. You have gaslighting going on by public officials, and where they'll try to make somebody out to be crazy. You hear that commonly. Oh, that guy's, you're delusional. All right. Well, this is what happened to me. I found Lafayette County Circuit Court changing court records. When a case is assigned, whenever somebody opens up a case in circuit or in civil or criminal, there's a random algorithm that assigns the judge so that there's no biasness. It's picked at random. And I've caught these people changing the judge now twice. And it was in like a year's time. And I was digging into how the record could have gotten changed, who would have been the one to change it, just normal questions that an investigative journalist would ask on something like that.
Right.
And as a result, this is what happened. So, and it's a little bit, probably need to move. Yeah. So it all starts right here where I go in and I just want to skip to where the quote is. So let's see.
File this, stamp it, and file it in there. So you gotta just make sure that you are, making sure that all the other agencies.
And I actually probably should have done a cover sheet when I read it.
Mm-hmm.
The memo.
Oh, here it is. Okay. To me being able to see it?
In circuit or civil?
No, criminal.
Criminal,
LK 17-295 was, yeah. And one other thing, do you happen to have the ability to get me? I think she might. It's right here. The option of basically handpicking previous testimony at trial. Got caught. The sheriff got caught. Every deputy there got caught. And he still found me guilty. Wouldn't give me.
6 o'clock.
Okay.
He's out there now.
Do you see, if anything was filed today, would you be able to see it on your end prior to me being able to see it?
In circuit or civil?
No. Yes, criminal. Exactly right. Cliff, it was LK 17-295 was the criminal call. And 17-2. That's what I entered. Okay. As we go into a conversation about the judge. I don't know.
Okay, so this is all going to be
So,
on
okay, in the sake of, not wasting a whole bunch of time, it's right there. It's in that video. I should have put a timestamp. I'll go in and I'll find it and I'll add that in. So basically, I open up the appeal right there. She tells me that the judge that it's assigned to is Judge Kent Smith. Now, that was a Friday, December 3rd. Monday, December 6th, I check online and the judge has changed to John Kelly Luther, the same one that I had tremendous issues with. He was a very biased judge. And there's a lot of things, a lot of his rulings that I call into question. I think he's a
corrupt judge.
Basically a, bought off judge. I don't think he really, but I don't think it's a problem with y'all. So I go in to ask about this, and this is what happens.
Hey, Matt, what's up?
Hello, Miss China. Oh, just doing a little reporting.
Doing a little reporting?
Doing a little reporting, yeah. I wanted to see if you guys can maybe answer a few questions. Yeah, listen to this.
We can't, sweetie. We can't do anything like that.
What?
We're not able. We're just not able to.
No. It's actually in regards to, I can put this down. So, can you look at my case, the new one? It's nothing with y'all. Just to preface that, I don't believe it's anything with y'all. It was definitely needs. It really was in the bud. I just couldn't come out being the enemy right off. But I don't think it's a problem with y'all.
Is it the latest one?
Yeah, the L21.
494.
Yeah.
I got you. All right, hang on one second. You got a jury summons? Okay. If you will go out there and fill out an affidavit for me, I got the car. Are you trying to get out or are you?
I mean, I don't mind doing it, but
So I'm wearing a shirt that says banish this and it has the middle finger up. It has hashtag Oxford Outlaw across the bottom. I want to get some more of those t-shirts made and start my merch.
Just be as detailed. There's an area on here that says reason, and then go all the way out to the last little piece. So sure to say do not fill out all of this.
Okay.
And then I have to put it in the box for the judge to sign.
Okay.
And then I'll call you either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shannon.
Okay, sorry. All right, so let's look up. We got.
Tell me if anything stands out funny about that.
Lord Matt, I'm not an attorney, so none of this stands out.
It should be pretty easy.
Well, right now, it's just, all I have is your cover sheet and your motion.
Okay, I'm talking about like as far as the judge.
Luther. That's
Yeah.
just an algorithm.
No, you told me on Friday that it was assigned to Kent Smith. And I said I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to get switched to Luther again because it was switched in the system to Luther last year on my post-conviction relief. He was made aware of crimes, serious crimes committed by Lafayette County officials up front. Before I even filed the post-conviction relief, he said that in order to challenge a conviction that I had to file it via post-conviction relief. I naturally thought that either A, he was going to be impartial and give me a trial, or like an evidentiary hearing, or B, he was going to recuse because he was made aware up front of all the crimes committed and conflict of interest. He was going to get out of it. That didn't happen. It was originally assigned to Kent Smith, and then somehow John Kelly Luther came in and took it over from him.
Yeah. I'm not.
No, I'm saying, like, why was it changed?
You're not going to answer that. You're going to have to deal with the judge on that. We don't do anything with the law. We file.
No, that's what I said.
Anything that you want us to file. But that's all we do.
Right. No, Jeff. And like I said, it's not. So that's Jeff Busby, the circuit. No, and that's why I said I don't think it's anything with y'all. But you acting that way is kind of making me as corrupt as we can. Well, like I said, I didn't think it was anything. I didn't think it was anything with y'all. I was saying it's something with Luther.
Okay.
And it's bull.
We can't do anything about that. We don't. That's not of our scope of the realm. Only thing we can do is file what you bring in here. We don't have any influence with any judges whatsoever.
Right.
So we're not attorneys.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, Luther coming in and sweeping this from another judge
But
twice
you're asking
now.
us to respond to that, and we're not going to respond to any of that because that has not anything to do with us. We don't have anything to do with that. That goes on in the courtroom between you and the judge.
No, I know. I'm just saying it was filed here.
Because there's nothing we can do, and I'm not trying to be rude to you.
Right.
I'm just saying.
I'm just sick of I'm sick of the bullshit steadily happening. I mean, it's been nonstop bullshit for the last year and a half. I mean, it's my life on the line here.
Wow is right.
Well, I tried to be as cordial as possible. Like I said, I wasn't trying to pass the blame to y'all. I leave there, and so Jeff Busby, the circuit clerk, gets on his cell phone. I'm already walking out of the office. You can see I wasn't creating any type of disturbance right there, was I? I mean, you would say that was pretty well mannered, right?
Right.
So he gets on the phone and calls the sheriff and says that I am disturbing their business and needs the sheriff up there. So as I'm getting to my car and I get into my car, this is what happens.
Wow. Door shut.
Now, look who's behind me blocking me in.
That looks like an undercover car.
That's the sheriff. He was looking at my tag. That's why he
Mr.
was
Joey
behind me.
East. What can I help you with?
Got to call you up here harassing people in the courtroom.
No, I was petitioning the government.
Okay. Filing paperwork and all that's fine.
Actually,
but stop. Listen to me. Don't go back in there harassing. Okay.
I didn't.
If you want to go in there,
I asked a question. I told them I didn't think that they were responsible.
You're talking, not listening.
No.
So don't go back in there causing.
I'm not doing anything illegal.
Are you hearing me? You're disturbing.
I'm not
the
doing
court.
anything.
You're disturbing their business. So listen to me.
I'm
Just
petitioning
listen. I'm
the
trying to
state of Mississippi Constitution and the federal Constitution. Joey,
Matt,
you're fucking
causing
criminal.
issue. I would suggest that you calm down before something happens. Don't go back in the courtroom causing issues. If you want to file something, that's fine. Other than that,
To ask a question.
they don't know questions about
You're
your
tired.
stuff. Okay, so
You're a tyrant,
don't
Joey.
Go back in there.
You're a tyrant.
A tyrant.
You're a tyrant.
Okay.
That's tyrannical.
Don't go back in there causing
Tyrannical.
problems. Do you understand me?
Tyrannical.
Do you understand me?
Tyrannical.
So you don't understand.
Tyrannical.
You can't comprehend. So don't
Hey.
go back in there causing disturbance. Give
Joey,
you an opportunity.
would you like to comment
Have a-
on the fake investigation that you
good
opened
day.
up? Would you like to comment on the
Comment
fake
on that
investigation?
Don't go back in the courtroom causing problems in the courthouse.
I'm so glad that y'all have nothing else to do. Nothing else to do but fuck with me.
No, sir. You came here looking for trouble. So don't
Really?
go back in there
I
causing
came there looking for
You gotta
trouble.
file something.
Go fuck yourself, Joey.
So that's not important, really, turning in a separate notice of appeal to justice court. But here's what happened. So that was December 6th, 2021. This is right after, this is when I was opening up my appeal of the whenever I went to trial for 9 charges in justice court, misdemeanors, without a jury. So the day after, prying in for information, literally the day after that confrontation with Joe East, the sheriff, I'm getting back from a doctor's appointment with my wife and her child. And this is what happens after we pull into the driveway.
Hey, Matt.
Hey. Hey, Joe.
We got some papers for you.
What is it?
I'll let you look at it. So you see everything. What it is somebody signed a writ on you. First bring in for mental treatment.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like I said, I pick you up on it.
No. Like this is ridiculous. Maddie. No.
I get what you're saying.
No, that's ridiculous. I've got a wife and kids. I haven't done a single thing wrong. Let me read it. Maddie, get where's the affidavit? Where's the affidavit at? If y'all don't have the affidavit here, y'all can go ahead and go get it and come back. I have to read the affidavit before any of that. The affidavit, no, that says an affidavit.
Matthew, stop it. This is why
we want to be cordial with you. I want you to be cordial with me.
And there's supposed to be an affidavit accompanying it.
Is all the paperwork I have.
Where-
and we have to take you in custody. And
No.
we're going to do it right.
No, not without an affidavit. Call your supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Call your supervisor, Joe.
I am the supervisor.
What is it for exactly? I'm sorry.
They won't even say who it was that signed it.
They got a writ signed on
What is that? I've no idea. I'm sorry.
They're claiming he needs mental treatment.
Okay.
It was signed by the communicator saying
Okay.
he's not been.
Yes, because you remember that you had to do that. You had to go speak to the communicator and all that stuff, and you didn't finish whatever they had to
That's
do.
what this is about. We have to bring you
That's Matt. You knew, but you knew. Come on now. You should have known that was going to end up probably happening, only because you didn't.
Let me smoke a cigarette first.
All right, if you smoke a cigarette, like sound cool with it, okay?
Like,
I mean,
I shouldn't go to freaking jail.
So does he go to communicate or does he go to jail?
He goes to jail, then they bring
So I really
a
fight him the
psychiatrist
second
to
time.
evaluate him. If the
72
psychiatrist,
This
hours.
actually happens twice. And that's what's so crazy about this whole thing. So what happened was I got sent to a state hospital facility. It was a rigged little trial at the jail that wasn't even really a trial, and it was already fixed to send me up the road until right before Christmas. And I get out right before Christmas from the North Mississippi State Hospital Crisis Unit, and I find out right here, I call Communicare because they were the ones that filed the writ on me. And so I need to find out how Communicare got this information, how they.
Hello.
Hi, this is Matt Reardon.
This is Rachel
Hi,
Alcorn.
Matt. This is Rachel Alcorn. I was on the other line. I thought that might have been you calling in, so I apologize. I'm just giving you a call back.
Okay. Kinda.
What can I?
Well, I'm completely, to be completely honest with you, I wasn't going to speak with you, Rachel, because I'm trying to figure out, honestly, what can drive somebody to make the claims that you made on this affidavit. And we've never met. I spoke to Jerry Madden earlier. He didn't speak with you. And it's a coincidence that, the second time, for the second time in a year's time. As I'm sure you know, I'm in the Supreme Court. I'm fighting a tremendous injustice from 2017, and for the second time in a year's time, the assigned judge on two separate circuit court matters was changed in the system. I never was out of line. I never threatened anybody. I did what I would feel would be the civic duty of anybody. Should be any concerned citizen, and I was in particular involved in this because of it being my case. And the next day, I get this affidavit taken out that I've pulled all the records from Chancery Court. The factual description here on this uniform commitment affidavit is far from the truth.
Well, let me explain to you why the affidavit was filed in my position here. So I supervise the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Team and the I-Court team, which are two programs that are responsible for providing and supervising the treatment for people who are on outpatient commitment orders. And you were on an outpatient commitment order out of Calhoun County, and the I-Court team and the AOT team both tried to engage you. Let's see, I believe that was from about your release in June to September.
Nobody had contacted me or anything.
Yes, they did, and we have documentation of that. So,
what number?
In September, our executive director issued a letter to the Chancery clerk of Calhoun County saying that you're on an outpatient commitment order through July 22nd of 2021, and we have not been able to engage you. And that we would not attempt to engage you to provide services unless you reach out to us or at the request of law enforcement and or the Chancery Court to provide mobile crisis team support. So at the request of local law enforcement, then we were engaged by them about
Right here.
The concerning behavior of you at the court. And so within my role, I filed an affidavit of commitment, which started the process, which is the legal process in the state of Mississippi, and then we followed that process through.
Okay. So I mean, I figured it'd come from Joe East. I'm not asking you to familiarize yourself with everything that I've had going on. God knows that it's been a tremendous amount. But actually take somebody such as Joey East, just right there at his word to not look into anything, I think is highly prejudicial for one. You actually knew there are major issues that are actually involving.
Already, I'm sorry. This doesn't really have anything to do with your.
So, and like I said, that's, you can see all this on my website at LafayetteMS.net. Communicare's fraudulent commitment, I think is the name of this page. I'm going to keep scrolling down because, like I said, if you want to hear any of those things in more detail, just go to the web page. But what happened was right there, I found out, in fact, that this came from Lafayette County Sheriff's Department and, in fact, Sheriff Joe East. So obviously this was a illegal process that they use. I don't care what, how they try to justify it. What they did was wrong. And so I put together a formal letter, February 7th, 2022. I wanted to put them on official notice for what they did. So this was to Dr. Sandy Rogers, and she's the executive director of Communicare. And I also wanted to include the Chancery Court Judge, Lawrence Little, who was the one that signed off on the affidavit, because clearly he was rubber stamping shit. These judges that put the rubber stamp on and don't examine things need to catch a lot of shit. Okay. So this is regarding the fraudulent involuntary judicial commitment. Dear Dr. Rogers, between the date of December 6th and December 7th, an employee of Communicare by the name of Rachel Alcorn came in receipt of inaccurate, untrue, and defamatory information given to her by Lafayette County Sheriff's Department, which she acknowledged had been sourced by the Lafayette County Sheriff, Joe East himself. This in turn set off a series of events to follow, which in turn brought about irreparable injury while hindering the due course of justice, and as a result broadened the scope of that which currently transpires. In the interest of transparency into all this, I'd like to make it known that this entire fiasco is created based upon the fact that for the second time in approximately 1 year's time, I had discovered an important record that was fraudulently altered in Lafayette County Circuit Court. Finding out how this record could have changed and who could be responsible for changing it was and still is two very important questions to me, as the same thing has happened now on both currently open filed matters of mine in Lafayette County Circuit Court. So I literally, this document, I put them on legal notice of the commitment laws, where they butchered everything. The last paragraph on here says, in conclusion, the flaws which have occurred in this matter have not only violated the mental health laws established by the state of Mississippi, but have created a material breach of substantive due process rights guaranteed to all citizens and protected under federal law. As such, you're hereby requested to review and revise your current policies within the following 7 days in order to bring them into compliance with not only state law, but federal law as well, in order to circumvent a similar matter from occurring in the future, and to provide in writing any offered changes to such policies. In addition, as stated above, please take appropriate action to produce and preserve any and all information associated with the incident below, to include any information describing the incident below that is maintained by Communicare or any of its employees, to include any individual subcontractor or subcontracted out. This preservation should include all audio recordings taken during intake, any documentation or notes taken, any communication regarding the matter sent and received leading up to and including the final determination being made to involuntarily commit Matthew Reardon to a state hospital facility on December 9th. Now, so with that, I've got A little press pass right there. Now, here's what's important. This is going to make you, this is going to create an outrage, okay? Because I still haven't gotten over this. This is the uniform commitment affidavit. This is what is sworn by Rachel Alcorn in Lafayette County Chancery Court. Comes now Rachel Alcorn, relative, interested person residing at Communicare. There's a number. Be true, best of my knowledge and belief, Matthew Reardon is a person I allege to be in need of treatment by outpatient or inpatient commitment. To my knowledge, this person does reside or have visitation rights with their children, okay? I allege the person to be in treatment because the person is mentally ill under something and possesses a likelihood of physical harm to themselves or others as demonstrated by mark as many that may apply. So she marked a recent attempt or threat to physically harm themselves or others. I have never, that's completely made up right there. I've never threatened any physical harm on anybody, or I guess that doesn't make any sense. So the next one, she said, a failure or an inability to provide necessary food, clothing, shelter, safety, or medical care. So she circled medical care to themselves as a result of the impairment. What impairment? I wasn't diagnosed with anything. I wasn't on any medication. Okay. So down here, this is where it gets real interesting, is the factual descriptions of recent behavior and witnesses, where it occurred. So there's 5 things listed. Goes into public places recording people. That's a key function.
Wow.
Okay. Paranoid and delusional. She couldn't even spell paranoid or delusional correct. Both of them are misspelled. Okay. I've never been, I've never been told I was delusional. I've never had any kind of delusions. Provoking people with his minor child. I'm to this day still trying to figure out what that's about, because if you look at when I'm filing my appeal December 3rd, initially when she tells me that it's assigned to Kent Smith, I had my stepdaughter with me. But you can clearly see in that video, there was no provoking anybody. I was a responsible parent.
Right.
Okay. Same thing with, so my stepdaughter wanted me to take a drone up in the air after I picked her up from school one day. There's this big American flag waving across Justice Court. You know, it's a huge flag. And she said, Mr. Matt, it would be pretty cool to take the drone up and take some photos and video of that flag. And I said, you know what? You are absolutely right. So we went right across the street from the school. It's where Justice Court was. And I parked and I set the drone up. And it was a windy day. And the propellers, the drone ended up clipping the top of the Justice Court building. And then it freaking bounced off the wall of the Mississippi Department of Child Protective Services building and then crashed on the sidewalk. Went and got it. They had a ridiculous sheriff and OPD officer turnout for me crashing a drone. And then they actually opened up a federal investigation into me because they said that I was identified as a member of the press. And so I had to have a commercial license. And so basically they turned it into the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office kept it open for the longest time. I told them, I said, charge me if you want to charge me. Let's go. Y'all got a 99% conviction rate. Well, I'm going to be that 1% today. Let's go. I mean, like you can't, they were actually refusing to provide public records from the Lafayette County Sheriff's Department. I wanted the body cam. I wanted the police reports, and they were refusing to release them because they claimed it was under investigation. So I wanted the investigation to end, you know. This right here is the second document after I get interviewed by the doctor. at the jail. This is what he puts. He puts that I'm suffering from a mental illness, more particularly described as bipolar plus delusional. I've never had that diagnosis.
Wow.
Grossly disturbed behavior, faulty perceptions. By recent threats, attempts to harm self or others, by failure to provide necessary care for self, requires treatment to prevent further disability or deterioration. Said person is in need of observation, diagnosis, treatment through inpatient. Okay. So his facts supporting it, Mr. Matthew Reardon is a 34-year-old male with a history of mental illness requiring inpatient treatment. He was at the North Mississippi State Hospital 7/2021, and he quit taking his psychiatric medications at the time of discharge. He repeats himself frequently. He is very preoccupied with ongoing legal cases. So they just literally faulted working on my legal stuff to try to overturn everything. They're trying to gaslight me, and then they're trying to say that I'm crazy because I'm working on ongoing stuff. I mean, it's this you can't make it up, man.
That's the sad part.
So here's what's and then it goes from bad to worse. So I turned this in right here on February I think it actually got submitted to him and served to him on February the 8th. Okay. And the very next day, now notice a pattern here, because the very next day after I discovered these records changed in circuit court was when I got committed the first time. Okay. As far as a cover up. The very next day after I served this formal notice on the executive director of Communicare and the judge that signed off on the affidavit, another Communicare employee by the name of Susan Beard proceeded to file another affidavit for commitment of Reardon, claiming he had refused to attend a scheduled appointment. However, recorded phone calls with Communicare paint an entirely different picture, and in combination with the complaint filed 1 day prior, almost certainly show this latest move by Communicare and its employees was ill-brought once again and done to retaliate, trying to dodge a situation that the county and Communicare brought on themselves. I mean, that's 100% what happened. So here's what happened here. My wife and I were at the hospital. She was pregnant with my son. All right. She was about 25 weeks pregnant, and she thought she was having pregnancy complications. So we went to the hospital, and we were in the hospital in Tupelo, Mississippi, which is about an hour away from our house. We get out close to midnight. All right. We turn on the road. We drive all the way back. All right. Turn on the road. And there's this sheriff's deputy in a truck sitting, catty cornered, like at the turn into this road. And as soon as we turn on the road to go to the house, he pulls out and he gets behind us. And he follows us until we pull in the driveway, and then he pulls in the driveway and hits the blue lights. I have an absolute freaking fit right here.
What the hell is this? What's this about? We just got out of the hospital.
I got you, Mr. Matt Reardon.
Why?
Okay. Listen, I think Communicare signed a writ on it. Okay.
No. This is already under contest. I'm not going. No, fuck that.
Listen, man, it's out of my hands, man.
Again?
It's a
What have I
standoff.
done this time?
I'm not sure.
I'm not going. No, I'm not going. Fuck that. No, stop. I'm not. All right, stop. No, I'm not dealing with this shit. Fuck that.
The kids are asleep, and my grandmother. Stop.
I'm not dealing with that
Come
shit.
here, Matthew.
It ain't going down like that again, man.
Shut up. Stop.
No, fuck that.
Stop it. Look at me.
Let me smoke a cigarette. No, I'm not going again. This
Stop.
ain't going down like that.
Stop.
This ain't going down like that.
Stop for a second and listen.
Hell no. Y'all need to quit fucking with me.
No, stop. Stop. There's no sense in this.
No, I'm not
Stop
going into their
hovering, though.
I'm not going into their fucking care. No, I'm not doing it.
Matthew, stop it. Stop it. You're making it worse. Stop.
No.
Stop hovering.
Yeah, she didn't do a whole lot of
Fuck this.
sticking up for me right there, did she?
Well, I was just gonna say, dude, I'm almost kind of glad she did leave and she did get out of your life because you did not need someone like that in your life.
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
What a wife.
Where's the affidavit? Where's the writ?
Stop hovering.
Huh?
They're bringing it right now.
I'm going inside then. You don't have an affidavit or a writ. This is unlawful. Let me get my cigarettes.
Listen to me.
This is unlawful.
Settle down and shut up.
This is so unlawful. You have no authority. You have no jurisdiction right here. Crazy.
Listen, they're on the way down here with it now.
So they bring all types of cops into the yard. They bring them like from. There was an escort to the freaking jail.
This is Matt Reardon.
Escort, like when they had.
I wanted to document this live on Facebook for the second time. Lafayette County Sheriff's Department pulls into my driveway with another mental writ. Apparently this time signed by Communicare. Again, after the first fraudulent commitment that happened December 6th or December 7th, which stemmed directly from me finding Lafayette County Circuit Court fraudulently changing records for the second time in a year, based on lies, pure lies that stem from the Lafayette County Sheriff Joey East. The most ridiculous of lies. My wife just got out of the hospital, and we can't even live in peace without constant harassment. This would clearly be the other one, probably. Look at this.
They start coming in from all
Facebook
directions.
Live. They pull into the driveway, light it up with blue lights, wake up the dogs, wake up the kids. Somebody has got to put a stop to this. This is nonsense. It's bullshit.
Hey, Matt, I know you know what's going on. We got the writ.
Joe, this is crazy. We just got out of the hospital. Y'all will not stop fucking with me.
You didn't go get your treatment like you.
Bullshit, I did.
No, you didn't.
How?
You didn't call and you scheduled your stuff. Didn't go to the
I
stuff.
did. No, I sent a legal demand letter because it was fraudulent since day one. Everything stemmed from complete lies, perjured lies that came from Joe East. That was proven. Y'all didn't follow. The whole entire proceeding was sham. They didn't follow Mississippi law when it comes to commitment proceedings. They broke federal law, federal and state law. There was a legal demand sent to Communicare. They had 7 days to respond. I was waiting on a response. They have no right, absolutely no right to do this. This is complete bullshit.
Well, Matt, there's paperwork.
I don't care. This is bullshit. No.
I understand where you're coming from.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Nah. Fuck no.
All right, let's get him. Come on, put your hands behind your back.
Let me read it. Let me read it first. Let me read it first. Let me read it first. Let me read it first before you take me into custody. All right. Let me end it. Let me end. Baby, come get my phone. Hey, baby, get my phone for me.
Yeah, I got it. I ain't gonna deliver. Promise.
Baby. And let me get my voice recorder out of my pocket. Can I get my voice recorder?
Which pocket?
I don't want that going to the jail. Baby, can you come?
We don't want it in the jail.
Can you get everything? Can you call an attorney too?
Yeah, why are there so many cops here?
I don't know. They're waking up the dogs. They're fucking.
We just heard him hollering on the radio.
Oh my
and
gosh. Okay.
That's why.
I'm just curious.
This is bullshit.
So, what happened basically is I was taken to jail. I was kept in solitary confinement for 7 days. They never gave me any kind of hearing or anything. The second go around, they claimed that I wasn't entitled to it. I guess due process doesn't attach at all in Lafayette County. They sent me on the 8th day, I think it was. They sent me 2.5 hours south to Meridian, Mississippi, to the East Mississippi State Hospital. The day that they sent me down there, my wife went into premature labor, and she gave birth to my son at 25 weeks. My son was born, weighed 2 pounds, 10 ounces, I think it was. He had to stay in the neonatal intensive care unit at Le Bonheur Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee for the first, 6-8 months of his life. Well, so this is kind of where, as you know about the Oxford, Mississippi audit of City Hall, that was June 20th of this same year. Okay. I actually, because of how flagrant everything was, I filed a $27.5 million federal lawsuit. I was asking for $2.5 million in compensatory damages and 25 million in punitive damages, because I figured anything less would, they would laugh at. They needed to get hit with something big,
right,
to stop them, because this is just outrageous. So I didn't have, just like anything else, if I don't have an attorney that's coming forward willing to help me, if I don't know how to do something and I need to get something done, I learned to do it myself. So at this point, I've got 8 years of law school experience, pretty much, because anytime they've locked me up, or I've had to learn the law inside and out. Let me see. I wanted to. So, and let me actually show you this real quickly also, because I talked about tonight in that book. Let me see. How do I get out of this? Let's see. There we go. So if you go over here to the November 9 mob-dominated trials, this is the outrageous shit with the disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, where I got my, it was extremely excessive. I had an audio recorder in my pocket, and that's how I matched this stuff.
Hey, you gotta move that. I'll move when I talk to Joey. Joey knows I'm out here waiting. He needs to come out and talk to me. I'll move when I talk to Joey. When Joey wants to talk to me, I'll move. Otherwise, I'm not breaking any law just for parking in a spot that says reserved for the sheriff's department.
One more
I'm
time.
here at the sheriff's department.
Move, or you will go to jail for disorderly.
I'm not being disordered.
Okay.
I'm moving my car. I'm moving my car. I was moving my car. Ah! Really? Ah! I thought I was moving my car. Oh! Stop! Ah!
All right, Mr. Reardon, did Deputy Dixon ever tell you to put your hands up? No. Did he ever tell you to stop? No. Did he ever tell you you're under arrest? No. I'm talking about during the confrontation in the parking lot. I never audibly heard the command, you're under arrest. Never heard the command to stop. Did you audio record that interaction? Yes, sir. And have you provided me a copy of that recording? Yes, sir. All right. I'm going to play that recording of the court. I know these are just background noises and stuff. Mr. Reardon, you recognize that as the recording you took of leading up to the events on December 28th, 2020?
Yes, sir. And that honk was Deputy Tidwell locking his car after he got out.
Trying to break my phone.
Do you recognize whose voice that was?
That was Courtney Dixon.
Do you understand that that was a request to move your vehicle?
Yes.
Oh, when I talk to Joe. Is that your voice, Mr. Reardon?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come out there, wait. He needs to come out and talk to you. I'll move when I talk to Joey. When Joey wants to talk to me, I'll move. Otherwise, I'm not breaking any law just for parking in a spot that says reserved for the sheriff department. I'm here at the sheriff's department. Move. Okay. I want to ask you, what did the sign say that you were parked in front of?
Reserved for Sheriff's Department.
Okay, and you just said you were there for what?
I was there to see the sheriff in regards to my daughter.
Joey East. I needed to get a little Q&A with you.
Q&As.
You don't do Q&As?
No.
Oh, can you answer a few questions for me?
No, I can't.
Why were you parked in that spot?
I parked in that spot because the driver's side window was knocked out of my car. I did have a tarp there where I was parked. I could not hardly see when the sheriff was coming out through the rear view mirror. I couldn't see the side view mirror, and I simply wanted to speak with the sheriff because I couldn't get a response from him through email.
Why is the county not wanting to comply on the public records request? You told me.
You probably have to ask the county, man.
You told me that if I submitted it, y'all would comply. That was the last time that we spoke.
I told you we'd look at it.
And why did you think that sign didn't prohibit you from parking there?
Well, there's the jail and the sheriff's department. If I figured the sign would have said for sheriff's deputies only. It had to have said authorized for official vehicles only or for sheriff's deputies only. I would have inferred it to be that. It's saying sheriff's department, reserved for sheriff's department. I was there on what I felt was official business to address the sheriff about a redress, about a grievance.
Hey, how was that? I want to talk to Joey. Joey has to come out there waiting. He needs to come out and talk to you. I'll move when I talk to Joey. When Joey wants to talk to me, I'll move. Otherwise, I'm not breaking any law just for parking in a spot that says reserved for the sheriff department. I'm here at the sheriff's department. Move. So you go to jail this morning. I'm not being disorderly. I'm moving my car. I'm moving my car. I'm moving my car. Matt, is that a true and accurate reporting of the events we've seen on?
So yeah, they try to break my shit. It's
Dude, it amazes me all the shit you've been through, brother.
It's so much, man. And I'm not. That's I'm not trying to make that sound boo hoo hoo. Woe's me. But man, it's exhausting.
Dude.
Like everything that's happened, they've tried to make me feel crazy because of how many different turning pieces there are in this thing. And I've been just sitting back and just gathering, like literally just putting all this stuff into the vault, www.lafayettems.net. So I want to show one other thing, and that's on the Lafayette County audit, or not that one. I need to go to YouTube, Lafayette County audit. see. Where you at? All right, we'll go right here. So videos. So I did this as 8-minute introduction. So I started Outlawed Productions back in 2020 to roll a documentary style movie on the corruption in Mississippi. And this was going to be the first 8 minutes of it. Or I was going to do something similar to this, but you know, this.
What's your badge number, by the way? Joey East.
Hey, mods,
How you doing, sir? I needed to get a little Q&A with you.
Q&As.
You don't do Q&As?
No.
Oh, can you answer a few questions for me?
No, I can't.
You want to hear about one of the nastiest public corruption scandals? Agencies that are obstructing justice, destroying evidence, and turning a blind eye. Why is the county not wanting to comply on the public records request? You told me.
You probably have to ask the county, man.
You told me that if I submitted it, y'all would comply. That was the last time that we spoke.
I told you we'd look at it.
Shoveling. Proof of innocence. You said no. You said that we will comply. You said submit it and we'll comply. Why haven't I gotten?
Hey, Matthew.
Why haven't I gotten? And shielding criminal activity. Really, Sheriff, is this really the position you're going to take? That it helped get a female
why won't you even answer that?
Look, hey, y'all will not respond to anything, any email, any public records request, anything. I want to know why you're holding our county officials accountable for this. You know I was framed.
Robin Tannehill was sworn in on June 29th. She ran unopposed, and Tannehill says that allowed her to hit the ground running.
Over the past couple of years, I realized there were a whole lot of things I wanted to change, that I had to be in this seat.
That was one of your ringleaders right there. The attorney of my ex for the original child custody matter back in 2016, August of 2016. It was that time that my child was kept from me for approximately 2 months.
She says it's her community involvement that helped her prepare for the role she's in now.
You know, that doesn't really prove anything, but other than us as a community, we do need to get together and try to figure out our problem resolution here, because Matt Reardon is a danger to our society, and he's going to be a problem. Mark my words.
Who are you trying to protect? Is it that there's no call that came in, or is it that there's somebody like Robin Tannehill or Ray Tannehill that's on that call? I want to know. Why are y'all cowards? Why are y'all cowards? I'm saying I would like to, I'm trying to ask you. No to an interview. You said no to.
Yeah, that's away from my truck.
You do realize you're a public servant, right? Jared Bundren. Hey, I'm here to show you how to conduct a proper investigation. I would like to, do you have a minute?
No, I don't.
You don't? You received a call on May 24th, 2017. I would like the details of that call. Jared, I put in a public records request. Why are y'all not complying with the public records request? It's ridiculous, guys. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You got the May 1st, 2017 arrest in front of that statue right there, where I was holding the state flag of Mississippi, standing on public property, not bothering a soul, just standing on this very pavement that I'm standing right now, holding the state flag of Mississippi. May 1st, Deputy Sheriff Timmy Pruitt pulled up. He asked me if I had a permit to be here. I told him that I had the First Amendment. You know, I am audio and video recording, Mr. Pruitt.
I don't care. You have a permit to be here.
The First Amendment, actually.
You have a permit to be here.
No.
All right, you gotta leave.
Why is that?
Because you're going to jail if you don't.
I'm going to jail just for standing out here and
That's
holding
right.
the flag.
Demonstrating.
I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a patriot. I'm a 3%er. I took an oath at the end of 2007 to uphold and defend our Constitution from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. My oath had no expiration date. Nowhere in the military oath is there an expiration date that says that this oath is only good until the time of your service ends.
Yep. You have to leave.
Okay, where does that super? Let me just. Can I just ask you? Can I ask you a question?
I'm gonna ask you one more time to leave. If not, I'm gonna get you to jail.
His uniform was a little bare that day. He had forgotten to put his badge back on before coming out. Took about 7 steps off, and I turned around to ask him what his badge number was. That infuriated him because it made him look horrible. Okay, I'll leave and take this straight to my attorney then. That's you can't threaten me with my First Amendment rights. Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, Mr. Pruitt.
To leave. 1.
Titty is ass backwards. Ass backwards. Y'all see that? Hey, what's your badge number, by the way? Deputy Pruitt. No, I'm not. I'm leaving. I was asking you. I was arrested. When I asked him what his badge number was, it infuriated him. He took me to the jail. I maybe was in the jail for about an hour before I posted bond. I grabbed my state flag. My car was parked right here on the square still. And I decided I was going to take a victory lap and walk from the sheriff's department with my state flag back to the square. And I did a victory lap around the square, holding my state flag, proudly holding my state flag. Because I knew what I did was not wrong. Even by the sheriff's department's own admission, and through multiple agencies, news agencies, I was arrested for holding the state flag on public property. Chain of events happens after that. I go to New Orleans, go stand up for the monuments under attack. I come back May 7th. May 8th, I have court the next day on a child custody hearing. I meet my attorney for a lot of the day. I end up doing a countersuit against my ex, and I get the bright idea to go and serve her attorney. Oh, it was epic. Awesome. Hi, is Mona here?
I'm Logan.
Hi, Mona.
You're not welcome here.
All right, I just wanted to say you are hereby served.
Actually, no, you have to serve a legal process.
Well, you're hereby served.
Hi, everybody.
That's crazy.
Dude, it's a lot of shit, man. I can't believe I can't get back into this Lafayette County Audit channel. I lost my access to it because I lost the number while I was sitting in prison, and which was of course declared unlawful and vacated. But all this stuff that I lost, man, is it is it's crazy.
A flagrant abuse.
This needs to be cut down in the affidavit of poverty.
Our
or not
country has
poverty,
lost
the
all
affidavit
sight
of
of
truth
its
needs to be
values
taken off of it.
on which it was established.
Sorry about
A
that.
lawless nation of laws. I've never in my life witnessed such an atrocity, yet it serves as a daily reminder that our freedom never truly comes free. It comes at a price. We never plan to fail. Rather, we fail to plan. And that is what truly holds each and every one of us back from our true potential. Be thankful for each and every opportunity that you have and make the most of it. Be unwavering in your commitment, even if others don't agree with you. Be certain and dedicate fully, refusing to give up and back down, and most certainly in your convictions when it comes to your perceived values of right and wrong in the face of true evil. The times truly testing of your faith are here. How will your legacy reflect on you and future generations that hinge on the decisions you make right now? Now is the time to take a stand for your freedoms of tomorrow, patriots. It's a decision you're going to have to make. This whole ordeal has been the biggest nightmare I can't wake up from. I knew it would be the biggest challenge of my life, but this has been absolute hell. Nobody seems to take a damn thing serious. The government agencies who know they're in the wrong continuously make a mockery of everything because nobody seems to hold them accountable, which in turn makes the issue at heart grow larger than life. The influence of the media seems to be a make or break on everything in today's society. I've been every bit silent on everything. I've resonated to a point of losing my voice, and it's like the mute button has been hit the entire time. It's like a story building within a story, which undoubtedly will lead to complete devastation, not just for me, but for everybody. I've documented, journalized, reported relentlessly, thrown myself into the middle of a viper pit, because that's the only avenue I saw that could possibly produce a positive outcome and remedy the horrible things and horrible people that have destroyed my life and caused society to drift so far off track as it's been headed over the past decade. I made the conscious decision that I'd rather fall as a martyr to a worthy and noble cause than to ever surrender, accepting defeat. That is the primary reason I started Outlawed Productions and Writing with the Outlaw. The whole reason I've been openly documenting my journey and discoveries the way I have is to actually show the world who the true criminals are. Those set on total destruction and devastation to our way of life, to our Constitution, especially the ones in positions of power and authority that rule on their feelings instead of ruling equivocally and by established law. Those susceptible to influence, and of course, the immoral and unethical influencers that have used their power, money, and other means to absolutely destroy lives for their own personal gain. The ones that destroyed my life for their own personal gain. To show how low these low-life thugs hit, which is far lower than I even imagined when I tossed care and all inkling of fear to the side and said enough is enough. Hitting low is one thing, but hitting below the belt through a flagrant abuse of an unbelievably tainted legal and judicial system and steadily using that as a weapon of choice is a full-blown declaration of war on American soil by the very definition of a domestic enemy, a domestic terrorist, through acts of insurrection. This is exactly what our founding fathers warned us about. This is exactly what they had enough knowledge to foresee in the future. That is why they crafted the Constitution the way they did. That's why everything is laid out the way it is in the Declaration of Independence. I believe the preamble says it best, saying that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Hey,
So we've given you everything that is allowed under a public records request, which are incident reports, and that's what you should get.
So the conversation that I had with Mr. O'Donnell yesterday at 4 o'clock, where he said that he was sending this, I guess, it's already bad enough that they're not producing the recorded phone call, which
First of all, I
don't believe that for a second.
Okay.
I don't.
I mean, if I call with the detectives right now on their phone, they're not recording.
They're crooked and corrupt as they can be.
Okay, well, that's all. I've given you everything under the public records.
I understand
that I'm allowed to give.
Well, I guarantee a phone log, a call log, which I guarantee they have that, which, you know, it wouldn't be hard, which that'll, you know, I'll subpoena in that, nothing else. But it won't be hard to show what phone number came into the sheriff's department at whatever time Jared Bundy received that call. So whether there's a recording or not, they're still identifying information. The county can lie and gap it off all day if they want to. But at the end of the day, it's not going to change the fact that they're not going to be able to alter the call log. And that's where they find themselves. They're obstructing. It's sickening because they know that they framed it. They know that this is a political quid pro quo. What?
I don't know anything about all that. All I know is what I don't have a phone call to give you. I give you everything under the public records because we're allowed to give you.
I just talked to the county attorney yesterday.
I just hung up the phone with the county attorney.
And what did he say?
We've given him everything under the public records request that we're allowed to.
He told me he was about to look over it, but was going to send it over to you to get to me within the next 30 minutes to an hour. And now it's like. So I want to actually take a second, pause this, and I want to point this out on this report right here. There's a couple of things that you need to know about what's going on. So if you notice on the report date is May 30th, 2017. The narrative is created about May 24th, 2017. Allegedly, Jared Bundren received a call. It says he took a phone call in reference to a stalking/harassment complaint. I followed up on the threats and harassment that was reported. I was advised that there was a lot of threats on Facebook by Matt Reardon, specifically towards Frank and Marley's and Todd Lynch. I looked at Matt's Facebook page, and there were several videos and posts of Matt with guns verbally making threats towards Todd and his business. Todd said he wanted to file charges after further looking into the threats on Facebook and other threats and harassment. Todd filed charges on Matt, and Matt was arrested and booked in at the Lafayette County Detention Center. So what immediately jumps out about this, okay, and I just want to say this for the record. So while I was locked up, I guess they thought that they were slick. They got my Facebook account permanently taken down. But I think one of the things that they weren't really planning about was the fact that I had backed my Facebook up. And I've actually got the entire strand of post from 2017. And I've had others look at it. I've run it through AI. There's not the first threat on there. Here's another thing about this report. So he created this report May 30th for a call that he received on May 24th. I was arrested for the aggravated stalking charge originally May 26, 2017. The day of my initial hearing, where the $150,000 bond was set, was May 30th. So why is Jared Bundren making this report 6 days after he took a phone call? There's no other report. So this is clearly something that he created on the spot. because as I said, there's no way I could have. It was a completely fabricated charge, 100% fabricated. It was what was I going to look at? So yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I did a public record request. I keep looking at my phone, thinking the camera's there. The camera's right there. I did a public record request into the city of Oxford and Lafayette County. I requested all the police reports that were created on me, Matthew Reardon, during the month of May 2017. Why did I do that? Because that's an important part of the restraining order. That was initially taken out May 22nd by Ray and Robin Tannehill. Number 18 in that in the petition says that numerous people have contacted the Oxford Police Department and reported that I am dangerous. So obviously, okay, the easiest way to find that out, let's go ahead and do the check up public record request on myself. In fact, I want to go ahead and say anybody out here that does any auditing type of work, you should do a checkup on yourself every so often. You should do a public record request for any incident report, police report that was created on you, as well as on your channel name. Okay, because I was shocked. I had 150 police reports created on me by Lafayette County Sheriff's Department over the course of really, it was over the course of just a few years, but it was, back in 2017, there's so many false things. Like you can clearly see that they're trying to stage a narrative. An important thing that I found out yesterday, just doing a little research, is in Mississippi, one of the only ways that you can make a restraining order permanent is through there being like stalking. Okay. I didn't have a criminal history at this time. I was just an outspoken opponent of hers. Very, I had a lot of people standing behind me. And it's like, if we really break down the timelines, you're going to see everything as far as chronological as everything comes out, as the book comes out and all that. But then you got to think, okay, the stuff that's just not right there. If it looks like, as I said earlier, if it looks like a pig and it smells like a pig and it sounds like a pig, the impression is that it's a pig. So what we have right here, and it's very likely that this is a completely fabricated report by Jared Bundren. They will not answer any questions about this report. I've been trying for the longest time to find out who that phone call was that he allegedly had on May 24th, and they will not disclose that information. So it either didn't, or it was somebody important, like what I've kind of been showing. The evidence just basically it makes sense on a lot of things that I was charged with this aggravated stalking because the aggravated stalking charge was a way to make the restraining order taken out by the incoming mayor before she became elected mayor permanent, because of me being accused of a stalking charge in something that was just completely made up out of thin air. It's sickening.
If it was not the Tannehills, the county wouldn't be trying this hard to keep that person masked. They wouldn't do it for anybody else. Guarantee you.
I don't know anything about who was involved in anything. I'm just telling you about the public records request and what we've given you and what I'm allowed.
This is a joke.
I've not been given anything else to even discuss with you about it. I don't know what any of the other documents might be that would not be considered incident reports that they can't give or what.
Have you ever heard of trickle-down corruption? Yeah. And that's the problem that this city and county finds itself in. There are most of the officers at the sheriff's department, great people, great officers. The problem is the corrupt leadership. Everybody's got somebody above them that's twisting their wrist. You probably got somebody twisting your wrist. You may want to do the right thing, but somebody's twisting your wrist. And that's what's unfortunate is it pins people. I'll say this real quickly. The reason you keep seeing this public notice and your assistance is needed in positively identifying this individual, I'm kind of embarrassed to say for the longest time, I honest to God did not know who this guy was. When I made this sign up and I put the whole public notice on here, I legitimately wanted to know who that guy was. And I think I must have been the joke was on me because every time I was asking, I'd ask anybody up here, nobody would say anything. And then all of a sudden I was like, man, why didn't I freaking think of this sooner? That's Joey East. It's this picture right here was this was from May 26, 2017, when I got drug out of my car by the 4 law enforcement officers. You have Scott Mills. You've got Alan Wilburn, fat Alan Wilburn right back there, like right in the middle. You have Jared Bundren, which is all the way at the bottom right. And then circled right here is Joey East. And the same vehicle right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
In an awkward position.
Thank you. That's all I know to tell you. So I'm sorry.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right. Well, I'm holding a press conference.
Okay.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, I sent it to Lisa. She requested I send it to her.
Okay, you can't just let me know?
No.
Really?
I don't see anything on the name you have on this paper.
What do you mean?
Nothing comes up for that name.
For Lyndon Mosley. It was an aggravated stalking charge back. He was issued bond on November 19th.
Well, I just looked at the request you sent, and there was no record found.
Oh my God. Okay, it may have been off by a letter, but it's Lyndon Mosley. I said the aggravated stalking charge.
Well, check with her and see. That's all I know.
Do what?
Bye-bye.
Alan Wilburn, I need a response from you. Why are you a coward? Why are you a coward? Why are y'all cowards? Why are y'all cowards? I'm saying I would like to, I'm trying to ask you. You said no to,
Now back away from my truck.
you do realize you're a public servant, right? Jared Bundren. Hey, I'm here to show you how to conduct a proper investigation. I would like to, do you have a minute? You don't? You received a call on May 24th, 2017. I would like the details of that call. Jared, I put in a public records request. Why are y'all not complying with the public records request? I've actually welcomed the U.S. Attorney's Office to join in. 401. Yeah.
Giving you correct address.
Yeah.
It's not in Calhoun.
No, I mean I've got multiple mailing addresses. That's one of them.
Where you live, where you lay your head is the address we need.
Yeah. P.O. Box 1360.
That ain't where you don't lay your head at the P.O. Box. You lay your head at the house. So if you live in Calhoun County, give me your address where you live.
I mean that's been the address that I've been given.
Where do you live? Where's the fence? So it's not the 117?
Because my ex, Liz Crowder, has been trying to get that information. That's the whole reason the Justice Court stuff and the Chancery Court stuff exists. Y'all know that very well. And me giving up my address means her getting my address, which means that I then get attacked
by false allegations accused me of rape, I have very good legitimate reason to not disclose my actual. I don't give Liz Crowder any information. So if there's a law that says that it can't be a mailing address and actually has to be a physical address, and I have to disclose that, then I'd like to see the supportive language. That's cool, brother. That's fine. But right now I'm outside of Terry's stop time. You roll your time stipulations. Go on and leave. Okay.
Hey, you gotta move that. I'll move when I talk to Joey. Joey knows I'm out here waiting. He needs to come out and talk to me.
I can't hear anything on this.
Oh shit! I see what I did. That other one was playing in the background. You hear that?
Nope, still can't hear it. Take some time out real fast to tell everybody thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Kicking the can down to the next person is a whole bunch of plausible deniability that's going on. That handles public.
Yeah, just I appreciate you doing this thing tonight because I wanted to, there's a lot of oh, there it goes. There's a lot of unknown shit. There's a lot of weird shit going on right now, and I wanted to get my story out, and I wanted to make it make sense for a lot of people with the book. Like I said, I'm gonna release it for free. I'm not charging a dime for it. I'm gonna have a landing page, enter an email, and you'll get it sent for free. I hope it gets out like crazy.
Getting the same general runaround. Michelle has told me that the person that handles public records over there has been gone. Then you heard just then that Michelle is who handles public records. I don't know. It's what it is. It's kicking the can down to the next person. There's a whole bunch of plausible deniability that's going on. And nobody just wants to step up and handle the real problem at hand. Meanwhile, somebody that's been truly victimized by lies and false allegations continues to get more and more victimized, continues to have this child. I haven't seen my child since January 20th. While my newborn was in Le Bonheur Hospital, had my 6-year-old Lydia for visitation, dropped her off with her mom, and then that's when all the shit happened. She called in a false claim to child services, tried to claim that my wife had hit her. It was another complete lie. My daughter even told child services. It never happened. Child services dismissed it as a complete lie, unfounded. Meanwhile, I still haven't seen my child because then, oops, COVID hits. Court shut down. She starts invoking child services name into her lies to say that they advised not to let me see my child. Meanwhile, $600 a month in child support's paid out to her. Scandalous, scandalous, scandalous. Every single letter of the word monstrous applies when it comes to this. I've got some stories for you. These stories, it's an ongoing building block into 3 different books that I'm working on. One of them is about riding with the outlaw.
my adventures in being politically charged, politically framed, having all the evidence of government involvement, deep state involvement, a bunch of corrupt attorneys, even the courts. The second one's going to be about all the shenanigans with Phyllis Liz Crowder, my ex, mother of my child. The false, just the insanity that encompasses that. All the frivolous, false claims, and my stand against it. Even when it came to having to represent myself, because I couldn't find an attorney to help me. Meanwhile, she's got attorneys bending over backwards to help defend her lies. I'm pretty sure on a third, and that'll be the more familial aspect about how my family turned their back on me, especially at a time that I needed them the most, especially in seeing the undeniable proof, seeing me steadily drowning more and more, sinking in quicksand, and yet it's one thing not to contribute and help out. It's another thing to actually completely turn your back on somebody that is struggling with the particular things that I've run into with all the adversity. The biggest challenges of my life having to be one man going up against a ridiculously corrupt system that continues to break laws, that continues to carry their witch hunt on. I need a prayer. This is Matt Reardon. You've been riding with the Outlaw. Take care, guys.
I'm just gonna say, we'll end it. But the person that's sending me text messages, that's putting me on the time thing, you can turn the channel and go to bed. Is what I got to say. You know who you are.
Yeah. What's going on, man? What's going on? Hey, man. Good to see you. Yeah, you too, buddy. You're right. Shake your hand, dude. You doing all right tonight? Doing good. How'd Holly Springs go? It went well. Well. What'd you pull me over for? Well, your tag expired earlier this month or earlier this year. So it's been tough. I understand. Wanted to ask you, have you got your car in park, and if you don't mind, would you kill it for me just for our safety and everything? Yeah, of course. Okay. You ain't got any weapons or anything in the car, do you? No. So there was paperwork that was issued today, and I just wanted to talk to you about it and give it to you. And I figured coming from me would be the best. Sure. If you want to get out, I'd be happy to look at it, or if you want to stay right there. I prefer to stay right here. Yeah. So I want to show you what it is. It is in the circuit court law of Lafayette County, Mississippi. It is a order of holding until the defendant. It's a revocation hearing. And you're going to have a hearing on it tomorrow morning. And
yeah. Oh, we just lost him. He just clicked himself off. Hopefully he'll pop back up here in just a second. In the meantime, I will take a moment again, guys. Thank you. It's been 4.5 hours, and you guys have stuck it out strong with me. I love you all. Thank you all for being here. Lenny, have a good night. SC Phoenix Volunteer 88 Title II Auditors, love you being here. You've always been here. Tyrants beware. Love you guys. End all immunity. Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah. I was gonna just say, man, if y'all want to call tonight, I appreciate everything. I don't want to like hijack your channel, F.I.R.M. I appreciate all the love that you've shown for standing behind me and all this the whole time. It's I definitely consider you a friend, my friend.
I agree with you, brother. Most definitely. And you're not hijacking my channel, but I am getting a little tired.
I am too. Yeah.
And I'm glad, dude, to give you my my platform. I just wish that it was a few more people in here that we could get it out, but hopefully in the next couple of days here, some more people will watch it, at least just watch some of it. And really,
well, and the problem is when they get this long, 4.5 hours, somebody's going to look at it and they're bound to say, oh, 4.5 hours, I'm going to skip over. That's the problem with whenever they go really long like that, is people just tend to look at it and they're, well, I don't know what part to listen to. I'm not going to listen to 4.5 hours. And I don't, you know.
Oh, I hear you, dude. And I've never understood the whole YouTube algorithm myself.
Yeah.
I just like to put out what I want to put out. You know, I don't care. But no, you are right. When people do see these longer ones, sometimes they do, if it's not interesting enough to them. But I think a lot of them do click on it, though, and still will watch it. You know what I mean? And I think there are a lot of people out there interested in this story, brother. And it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger, I believe.
Yeah, clip the beginning where I'm reading the book, you know. That's
well, you know, that's funny you said that, because as I was running up to go get my soda, my roommate come run, because I'm in the garage, I'm in my man cave where I got my computer and stuff set up, and my roommate come running out and goes, hey, I clipped it for you. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
He goes, I clipped the beginning for you. It's about 2.5, 3 minutes long. So yeah, no, dude, I planned on doing that most definitely. So and I'd like to very much stay in touch.
I just want the story to get out, man. That's why I'm giving the book out. So, you know, I just want the truth. I've lived with lies put on me, and these people just happy-go-lucky, you know, grinning at destroying somebody's life, and just literally, you know, making them live in nothing but lies. And the truth needs to. It's sad that I have to actually go to this extent and put this much evidence out. It shouldn't take that, but you know, there's no possible way that, you know, it can be, it's, I don't know. I honestly, I'm at a loss for words.
Corrupt politicians will do whatever they have to stay in power. They will lie, cheat, steal. They don't care about your life. As long as it's not them having to go through it, they literally don't care, I feel.
Yep.
The more and more I've been in this activism side of it, man, it's just opened my eyes to just so much blatant stuff. I'm fairly lucky, that I live in a nice little town that most of the cops, they all know me really good. There's been a couple new ones that have come up to me and been like, hey, are you the YouTube guy? And I'm like, yep. And they're all pretty decent cops. I haven't seen any complaints, because I do ask about it all the time from my chief. Any, you know, complaints come in, and he is very forthright with me and stuff. And I'm lucky about that. So that's why I'm hoping once I get a little bit extra cash here that I can start traveling. And I definitely want to meet up with some people, and you are one of them.
It makes a world's difference. When you go out with somebody, you have that backup camera. It's not the same experience. It's so much better. I highly recommend that for anybody. And yeah, it's definitely.
But to that, I would like to say goodnight to everybody, if that's cool.
Yep.
To everybody on your channel that we're watching, thank you guys for being there for him.
Yeah, please go. You know, if you're on my channel and you haven't subscribed to F.I.R.M Audits, go over there. If you're on F.I.R.M Audits and you haven't subscribed to Patriot News Activism, come over and give me a subscribe. I can't access the Lafayette County Audit YouTube channel anymore, at least right now.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
The website, I want to reiterate that website, www.lafayettems.net.
Yep. Nope. I tell you what, brother, I am definitely going to tomorrow going to open that up and go through a lot of it.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. It's
good. I mean, I knew a lot of it just by watching, you know, your videos and stuff, and with everybody else, you know, Harvey Freebird and stuff. And but I know that you
realize why I pled out. And you know, the fact is, and I've said this several times, that when the state denies all due process, when they deprive a defendant of due process, what happens there is you effectively have a state-sanctioned kidnapping. You have, because if you look at the very definition of kidnapping and the how a kidnapping generally involves a ransom. Well, what's a ransom? When you're in jail, your ransom is your bond.
Bond,
that
yep.
they put on. If you don't pay it, you don't get your freedom. And if you're in there for an unlawful reason, you've effectively been kidnapped. So it's state-sanctioned kidnapping whenever due process is denied, and that then quickly leads to state-sanctioned human trafficking, because that's when they traffic you into their state hospitals, into their institutions, their penal farms, their prisons. That is for their benefit. And so this is where we got to get rid of qualified immunity.
Oh man.
Let's undo Terry versus Ohio. Let's there's a lot of things that need to be done. We need to get rid of, I believe we need to get rid of judicial absolute immunity.
Yep.
Judges need to be held accountable.
100%.
Especially, yeah. I mean, they're giving too much free reign. So.
Oh yeah. Most definitely. And lawyers too.
And lawyers. Absolutely.
Not just judges. There's a lot of prosecutors out there that have their major problems themselves, especially ones that go unopposed when they're running to fill it. That's crazy. That's kind of like what a buddy of mine is going through out there in Kansas. I went through down in southern Missouri when I was charged with third-person stalking and harassment, and what else was it? Yeah, it was crazy. It's like, wait a second, I was down there as an independent journalist.
And isn't it funny how they use that stalking? That's like one of the ones. It gets back to precedence when they find something that works. But it's funny. I would like to track that back, actually, to do some more research on when they started really actively using it. I know that they hit me with the stalking charge, the felony aggravated stalking charge, back in 2017 May. So when did they start? There was a time that somebody did that and it worked, and other places took it over, because you're seeing it more and more frequently.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that and disorderly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, disorderly is a joke. That and contempt.
100%. And contempt. Yeah. But anyways,
good night, y'all.
Let's head out here. Thank you, Matthew, very, very much. Keep me updated on what's going on. Anything new happens, please let me know, and I will definitely stay involved in this, most definitely. And like I said, I've never been to where you're staying at, but I would love to. I'm trying not to give away where you're living at the moment. So,
yeah,
I would love to come visit, because for one, I've never been that area, and two, just to meet you in person would be awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love that.
And do a little bit of auditing together, because I definitely think it would be a lot of fun. So
you would, yeah.
Anyways, guys, good night to all. Have a great night, and we will see you on the next one.
Good night, everybody.
Later, Matt. Thank you.
Later, James. Thanks.